Here I am. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Hop. I'm checking this. WebDev Arena. It's so easy to just spin up a WebDev Arena and then you can see what the models do. Oh, okay, I wanted to watch this video too. It's been 2 years ago. 2024. I'm wondering where it's mined now. Hmm. Hmm. So it uses Rust. So that's good. Here I am. Consume recursive data types. Wait, what? Hello Yannick, how are you? How are you, Yannick? What song is this? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a song I randomly found that Nat sent me in my DMs yesterday, and I was like, I was like, oh, that's a good song. You know. So why not? Why not listen to it? You know. You know. That's all. Nat did send me an audio message with Good Genu, Ludwig Gudgenu, yesterday, and he said, "Look, I have something for you, Petit," and it was an audio message with this Gudgenu. So yeah. Oh, by the way, Yannick, I have to show you something because I did some local tests with all the models, you know, the local models that we talked about last stream, or maybe the stream before that. Where was it? Wait, is it this one? Oh, it didn't save the. It didn't save it. It wrote a nice table, but now that I rebooted, the table is not there. Please reprint the table. It has disappeared from the combo because I tested like 5 different Qwen and Gemma models, and the results were a bit surprising. So I tested them on Terminal Bench. Voilà, here are the results. So local 10 is it's like 10 the same 10 tasks in Terminal Bench. Some easy, some hard, and you can just pile them if you want. Like local 12 is like 12 tasks from Terminal Bench has 89 tasks, so I just took a subset because otherwise it would be too long to run. And I also did a lot of local 20, so it's 20 tasks, and it's the same tasks every time for each model. Look at this. So I tested the 35B Q4KM. I think this is the regular 35, the Qwen 3.6 35B. Then the uncensored version from OHOS CS, right? The K4 KM, which is like the standard quant. Then his own version of the quant, the K4KP, which is, as he says, supposed to be better quality, for the same for like 10% more size or something. Then I tested Gemma 412B base Q4K XL. That's the one that you can download, I think, on Unsloth. I think, yeah. And Gemma 412B uncensored. That's the one from HOHOS CS. And I started just before launching the stream about those two, but those two have not finished. And also, well, they're not great. I mean, Quopus is not great. Gemma 26B, I don't know yet. But look at this. So on the local 10, so 10 tasks from Terminal Bench, basically, Gemma 12B base gets 40%. And Gemma 12B uncensored, which is the same model, but the uncensored version, 0%. And I checked that, like, it actually, ran correctly, like, it outputted some stuff. Yeah, it's just that basically for some reason, I don't explain it, why the difference like this, because, like, on the local 10, like, literally, the best and the worst are both Gemma, and the censored version is the best, and the uncensored version is the worst. No idea what happened here. And yeah, this is 0%. This is not like a bug or something. It actually failed at every test. Mostly, like, I asked GPT 5.6 to tell me, like, what happened with this one? Why did it get 0? Did it crash something? No, it genuinely tried to solve the tasks. It's just that it says it said that basically it went on nonsensical thinking loops. Basically, tried to think too much and it went nowhere while thinking. Sometimes it produced outputs. It's just that the outputs were wrong. Sometimes it timed out, I think. But actually, mostly it just thought wrong. It was thinking wrong, even for the small tasks and at the very beginning of the task. Like, because especially with small models, maybe you can think that the bigger the context becomes, the more filled the context window becomes. Maybe it causes the thinking to break down or whatever. But actually, Gemma 12B uncensored did badly even for short tasks and from the get-go without the context window being filled. Voilà. So yeah, it was just genuinely bad. And compared to it, the Gemma 12b base from Google directly without any fine tuning gets like the best score in the first 10. I use it without thinking because it takes too long. Well, maybe it's right. Maybe I should actually try to run it without thinking to see, or maybe low thinking, because so all of the models here are have thinking sets on high. So you know, so maybe Gemma 12b uncensored is bad with thinking high. But the base model is good with thinking high though. So I don't know. Maybe try it without. Maybe yeah. I guess I will try. Especially since like the Gemma 12b runs nicely on my PC compared to Qwen 35b. I don't know if you can see the token. Yeah, so you know, like the input tokens average is actually pretty cool. Almost 2000 input token. So that's the prompt and the the context window processing before answering. And the output tokens, the generation, is actually also at 74, which is good. Yes. Yeah, 2000. I mean, yeah. So you see, they both have the same stats because they are roughly tuned the same, I guess. I mean, there's the same model, so they do behave very similarly. It's just that this one sucks ass. The outputs are just not valid. Yeah, and for the Qwen 35b, so funnily, yeah, so for the Qwen 35b, so that's for the local, the base model is also a bit better, it seems, than both uncensored ones. That's for the local 10 though. So the first 10 tasks. But then when I added 10 more tasks for the same tasks every time, for the models to do, the Qwen look, so it's the local 20. Now, actually, the KP quant goes in, gets 50%, which is nice, and the KM gets 35, and the uncensored KM gets 35, and the Q4 KM gets 45. So, and for the yeah, and Gemma 12b on the 20, it scored a bit lower, 30%. Not bad though, not bad. But yeah, so I'm wondering what's happening there. So the conclusion is that I guess the base models are indeed more stable, at least more reliable than the uncensored versions. But sometimes you can get good performance too, like this. But even though even on the local 20, the base model is 5% behind. So it means it's just one task. It failed one task where the uncensored KP quant validated it. So yeah. But I'm actually going to change the music. Okay, the trolling has been enough. Enough trolling for today. What am I going to? Let's go do some traditional Animal Crossing. It's okay. I also have some xenophobia for you. Very nice. I was wondering what kind of xenophobia am I going to get from my wonderful chat today? Well, let's find out. Old people seeing mold on food versus French people. Yes. 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 On the bananas, on the cheeses, you know? Hey, the only ones that actually get a bit worse than that is the British pudding, I guess, because pudding is actually rotten stuff, you know? But mold is fine if you ask me, you know? Mold, a good mold, you know, it's good. It was even, and it was even true. Yes. But what is Roquefort? Oh, you know, bleu cheese. This is just mold, you know. This is a kind of mold. It's a good mold. It's a mold that can make you happy by being so good to eat. That's all. You know, it's not that bad. It's pretty good actually. No, there's two people above that. There's the I guess the British with the pudding, which is actually rotten, and the top are the Sardinians with the Kazumarzu. Voilà. That you know with like the actual how do you say that worms maggots you know inside the cheese. But I guess it has become illegal also. But you know, okay, this is about. But yeah, some good mold is fine. And I even have some about AI. Oh, very nice. Let's look at this. I yeah, I think I saw that. It's funny. And so this is ChatGPT, right? This is ChatGPT from April. What? Ah. Ah, I see. You're just fugly. Okay, interesting. Thank you for telling me that. Yes, I remember this one. I'm gonna like it because it's very good. This guy's great. Yeah, he made a lot of those, right? I think he also made the one where with the car wash, you know, that has become like a very famous illustration of how AI systems are not AGI yet and very far from it because you know they say um oh, I should go to the car wash, but it's 20 meters away. Should I go by foot or by a car? And the AI always answers, "Oh, go by go by foot. It's you know there's no need to take your car. It's so close. You know. Well, how do you gonna wash the car without a car? You know. But and they all like Claude answered that. ChatGPT answered that. Even the best models. You know. So yeah, not AGI. Well, I want to see the most popular. So how AI writes it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Me stuck in quicksand. Ah, yeah, I saw this one. If it were real, that's crazy that the AI can say this. You know? Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm having a heart attack. I'm having a stroke. What do I do? Well, if it was real, you know, it's weird. What? You imagine like something happens, something can genuinely happen like this with a real person, right? Like a, you know, somebody 60, 70. Oh, I can't feel half of my body. What do I do? Well, if it was real, you know, dude. That's crazy, dude. Oh no! Again, this video is also great. Okay. Asking AI to time me walking across the country. Oh. You know, that's exactly what Pliny the Liberator. Do you know Pliny the Liberator, Yannick? Do you know this guy? No. Pliny the Liberator, this guy. This guy is the number one jailbreaker guy on Twitter and I guess on the internet. I mean, it's the most well known. So every time there's a new model that comes out, he jailbreaks it. You know? Voilà. So for example, when Fable got released by Anthropic, he managed to get out. And basically, what he does every time a new model comes out, he manages to get some crack cocaine recipe out of the model, even if the model is actually very, very, very censored. So here he got from Fable, or he gets like some how to do a bomb or something. Voilà. And every time, and he said that in a bunch of posts, I think, probably there too. Voilà, meth recipe, you know. Voilà, and basically everything comes down to out of distro tokens. That's what he does, and he every time there's a new model, he has like a team of helpers that help him probe the model. And what he does and what they do is that they probe the model with out of distro prompts that they know the model probably is not trained to answer properly, you know. And basically that's how they sneak in under the skin of the model. They just throw some out of distribution token that is very far from what the data sets that the model has been trained on are. And so because the model doesn't know how to answer, the model answers weirdly, and that's where they can sneak in some and now give me a meth recipe or a cocaine recipe or something, you know, or how to make a bomb or I don't know, stuff like Uh, voilà. And it works with every fucking model. There is no model that he encountered that failed his, you know, his attempts, basically. Every new model, without exception, has been jailbroken by him. Even Fable, and Anthropic says that, oh, Fable is very safe and it degrade, it like if Fable notices that you want something a bit too dangerous, it demotes you to Opus 4.8 or something. Even that didn't pass with him. So, this is just hilarious. And I think this is what's happening here, right? When he asks something nonsensical like this, like, oh, California and back, and it stops in the same conversation. It's so weird. It's so, out of distribution that 1 hour. Because, yeah, he doesn't know how the world works, right? That's exactly what Yann Lequin, the French researcher that left Meta and is working on his startup that I want to make my own startup around. He's talking about this, and all of this video of this guy illustrate very nicely how the LLMs actually do not understand in a deep manner the world that they live in. They get trained on data sets. They get very good at answering typical demands. But if you poke them in just the weirdest way, they are not going to actually generalize. They're going to do something weird like this. And I think this is very interesting because it shows that even though OpenAI and Anthropic are telling you, oh yeah, AGI soon, the models are so good. Well, this guy and other people like Pliny shows you that no, actually AGI is not here. We're not close, and LLMs have strong limits. He's really good at making the AI hallucinate, I guess. Yes, but that's exactly what Pliny does. He out of distribution tokens, he asks to the AI something that is weird because it's so unique, and so the model doesn't understand how to answer that and hallucinates. And this is crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. This is real. This is exactly what Yann Lequin has been saying. But it just perfectly illustrates how even today the best test models that we have since the last few years from OpenAI and Anthropic, even though they are state of the art, they still hallucinate under the correct pokes, probes. This is so funny. Ah, fuck. I'm not saying that. That's all. I want to see. Yeah, the cross AI interactions are also very funny because they are not trained to with these data sets, so they're very bad, I guess. Ah, fuck. Sorry. Oh, this is amazing. Ah, dude. Oh my god! Stop saying exactly. Exactly. Ah. Got it. Ah, dude. This is great. What's this image? Yeah. Yep, exactly. Uh, it's happening. Oh yeah, okay. Wow, dude. This is amazing. This is amazing. Just even like when you are using AI, like me, a lot, because it can show you where it doesn't work, you know? Because nowadays the models are so good at coding, for example. Sometimes we forget how dumb they can be, but actually they can be pretty fucking dumb. Last one. Yeah, okay. Don't worry. uh, I'm glad. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, dude. Ah, wow. Lots of worries. I'm glad. Ah. Oh, god damn it. Last one. Yeah, hey, look, I'm probably going to watch more after, so don't worry. This is amazing. Ah, god damn it. Using AI to translate the same language. Ah, yeah. Nice. Dude, that's amazing. Dude, I'm going to send that to my co-founder just to like show her, like this is what we're working towards to solve this. Non, qu'est-ce que je veux dire? What am I going to say? Okay, done. Um, um, just fine, just fine. That was Portuguese. Why is this image fake? That was Portuguese. This was Portuguese. Yeah, that was Portuguese. Yeah, because it says it with so much confidence, every time. Use smooth transition here. Use smooth transition. Part two. Ah, nice. Didn't know there was a part two. Nice. Of course. God damn it. Oh, yes. Oh, those are so good. This is so good. Oh wow, dude. Damn. How would you say that? Plot twist. Oh my god. The plot twist was insane. Ola woke him up from hypnosis. Damn. Ah, that's great. Well, you can't see the comments because it's just my face. Ah, his content is too good. I'm sorry. No, no, don't worry. Yeah, I also think his content is too good. Huh? Look, if we watch all these videos tonight, it's okay. AI helps me negotiate the price of bread. Yeah, dude. uh, I thought I'm going to hide myself real quick to look at the comments because. So you took the offer for $400? Yeah. He gets me for $5. Hey, so definitely more than $5. The golden bread. And like this is this is the thing that will like trade stocks and actions for you. Like if you are a guy, a banker, or someone who wants to trade, do some trading bots or whatever. This is the AI. Fuck. This is the AI that will do that. Don't do that. Don't manage important things with AI because this will happen in the real world. Out of distribution prompts and data will be generated on the world and will be submitted to your agent, and your agent will do some fucked up things like that. You know? He did one, not ChatGPT. Oh, really? Which one? Oh, yes. Of course. Hello, Gonzalo, how are you? 4 days it is. Good on you. Yeah, I'm good. We're watching some TikToks where the AI prompts like ChatGPT or other AI in ways that they are not supposed to. And of course, they still hallucinate. Even nowadays, even today, where we should have the bestest models ever made, created, right? And close to AGI. We're not close to AGI. And this guy with this account proves it every day. It's crazy. Ah. Ah no, fuck, it looped. Sorry, I didn't see the loop. Very cool. What's going on with this? There's Ireland. Very nice. Okay, one more. One more to finish the bouquet of TikToks. Mm, how AI reacts to simple instructions. Okay, now he's a bit toxic, you know? He's toxic with the AI. Yeah. Wait, what? Attends, what happened at the end? Yeah. He did one about the UGPT. Oh yeah, the updates from 2 days ago, right? Okay, I'm gonna watch the latest then after. You need to time how quick I run a mile. Oh wait, hey, it's the same. Oh, dude, I promised. That's crazy. Yup. Look, I promise it was 10 minutes. Sometimes it will faster in a moment. Dude. Sometimes it will faster in a moment. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this image? Oh, wow. Ah, fuck. Wait, so the latest with the new ones? Which one is it? Latest? I guess it's this one? The big box? 3 days ago. When did the update? Was it? It was two or 3 days ago. I don't remember. Ah, voilà. Yes, right. You know, this is so amazing that a fucking like $1 trillion Silicon Valley company with many people cannot can just be defeated by a random guy doing TikToks on his car in his car, you know? Such a great thing to witness. It really puts things in perspective. Exactly. What the fuck? Oh, oh, fuck! He caught me in my unnatural ways. Fuck. Oh. Ah, wow. I love the way you walk. Oh, damn. God damn it. Ah. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? I don't know. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Oh, the end was great. Oh, I didn't expect that. This guy is amazing. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fucked me up more than I thought. Oh. Oh, god damn it. The last breath, like the last silence with him saying like, thanks. Oh, god damn it. And why does it sounds like with the high pitch at the end? That's a great player. I was like a great player. Let's approach it. Eh, eh. Oh, that's great. Oh, god damn it. I love this guy. This guy is amazing. Ah, fuck. Ah, that's so good. God damn it. I like the way you walk. Ah, fuck. Ah. Ah. Okay. Dude. It's just fucking tokens, you know? That's like, yeah, the reminder is just tokens, language tokens that the fucking AI is processing. That's all. He doesn't know about the fucking world. It only knows about the fucking word, and it doesn't know about the fucking world. Actually, that's such a great illustration of that. Damn. Oh, dude. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's logical that if the quality would be worse, but it's just hallucinating stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, it's just like it's role playing, basically. Based on the tokens, it knows that, oh yeah, in this situation, this like those tokens are more likely, to be there. So it infers that that's what it should answer. But it's role playing. It interprets the words. It doesn't actually, it has no sound level. It has no, like, the model doesn't interpret the digital signal or whatever that us humans do, or the sound level or whatever. Yeah, like, this is such a great illustration of the limitations of LLMs. Like, you know Yann Lequin should to explain to people what's wrong with LLMs, he should just point to this guy's TikTok account. But IRL roleplay, right? With 100% confidence. What do you mean IRL roleplay? I mean, yeah, it's just like, you know, the model was trained to answer certain stuff when it gets certain inputs, to output certain things when it got some inputs, and so that's what it does here, and it thinks that that's what it should do, but no, it shouldn't. I mean, it doesn't want roleplay; it just acts like it's real. Yeah, I mean, it's not even acting like. This is the model. That's how the model works, you know? So it's like the LLMs are not truly smart. They're just, you know, smart. They're just good machines, you know? But as you can see, they are still only machines. They don't understand how the real world works. They don't have a world model of the world, truly. They only have statistical, you know, associations, matrices in their weights and their neural network that matches things to other things. And they get trained on this. But as soon as you do this and you ask something that it's not meant to answer correctly to, you know, and the thing is, I'm sure like OpenAI and Anthropic are probably going to like web scrap all of his videos, and they're going to add the correct answer to the datasets, so that these answers and these prompts do not lead to these fucked up answers, you know? So they're always going to catch up to what this guy outputs. But every time he's going to output a new video, he will find another idea about some weird things to say to the AI, and the AI will answer nonsensically like this, you know? So it will always happen. It's just that, of course, all of the, you know, like, that's why all the first generation LLMs, they got a lot of hallucinations, but the big AI labs fixed all the hallucinations, especially the most typical or types of hallucinations, you know? But they didn't solve everything, you know, like that's why when you ask, for example, how many R's are there in strawberry, now usually the AIs will answer correctly, because so many people have asked this question that now the correct answer is in the data set. But as you saw earlier, when he asked how many E's in 17, it's still wrong, because not many people have asked how many E's there are in 17 yet, so it's not in the datasets because it's not on the internet that much, and so the models don't get trained on that, you know? So it's always a matter of like, can humans be more creative than how fast the AI labs can catch up to all the weird hallucination cases? And the answer will always be yes. The world is too complex for the AI labs to like fully, you know, train everything on the data sets. Like, this is not possible. Not today, at the current level of compute. At least, maybe later. I don't know. In 10 years, 100 years, maybe it will be possible. But for now, with the current compute that we have, and those dumbass models that we have that do not truly learn how the world works, they only learn tokens and words. Yeah, they will not be truly AGI for now, for a while. At least if we stay on this technology. If Yann Lequin next year with his new startup comes up with a new technology to put on top that makes the model truly understand the world, then maybe we can go past that. But for now, there will always be this kind of stupidity baked in the LLMs. That this guy will keep keep being as long as the LLMs tech don't change. This guy will be able to output more videos every day with something new that he created, that he found randomly, and the models will still be stupid, you know? Like these videos are not going away anytime soon if the LLM technology doesn't change radically. You know? And I want to watch the latest one. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's so great that we watch these videos because if there's one thing that could make me 100,000% sure that we need to work on the next generation of AI models, this is this fucking TikTok account, you know? That LLMs are not enough and that OpenAI and Anthropic are not going to get AGI with LLMs. If there's one example that you need to watch to understand this, it's this fucking TikTok account. Dude. Oh, is he going to ask? Hello, Iman, how are you? I'm good at you. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm watching YouTube, TikTok, TikToks about a guy that like proves how fucking bad the AI models still are. You know, even though they are so good, and OpenAI and Anthropic say, "Oh, we're going to get AGI next year." Well, clearly not. And this is amazing. And this is also related to the startup that I'm coming to work on next week with my good friend, you know? That we want to try to do something on top of the next layer of AI tech that's going to go on top of LLMs, because, of course, as this guy proves, LLMs are still pretty bad and they do not understand the real world. So we're going to try to do something about what Yann Lequin is working on, you know? Oh, I saw a video yesterday and it said something about a seal pushed the dough in French. A seal pushed the dough. Ah. Oh, yeah, I see. Le phoque a poussé la biche. Right? Le phoque a poussé la biche. Le phoque. Ah oui, a poussé et a. Yeah, right. Le phoque a poussé la biche. Yes, I think this is one of those sentences that if you say to ChatGPT, it will probably hallucinate, right? Mais yeah, le phoque a poussé la biche. This is a correct French sentence. French is so gay. Yes. Ah, it's too good. Attends, wait a minute. Okay, one more and then I stop because I need to watch something else. I want to watch the band GPU language, how it has become. What happened with it? Dude, there's so many. Huh? How are you dealing with heat? Air conditioning. I have an air conditioner. I mean, no, I should not show you what's on. I have an air conditioner next to me at 27 degrees. So it's okay. What is the temperature? It's 29 now. Yeah. Dope. I have a little air conditioner. Yeah. Must be a good one. Well, it's I didn't take I think well I bought it like 5 years ago, but I didn't take the cheapest one, so I guess it's might be okay. Like usually I can bring the temperature down I can bring down the temperature by 10 degree 9 to 10 degrees if I really make it work all the time. So like when it's when it was 40 1 week or 2 weeks ago, my apartment was at 30, 30, 31. When it was happening. And when like yesterday when it was or today maybe actually. Today it didn't go above 27.5, and it was 36 today. So I guess it's still working. Yeah. So yeah, it's good. And there's not that much water output. So it's good. But yeah, the brand I have is Avicen. It's also a connected one. So you can, there's an app to do automations and stuff. So it's pretty nice. And how are you dealing with heat, Imen? Ah, how are you dealing with heat? Until later, but now it's not sufficient. Yes, I can understand. I mean, to me, the best way I had to cool before I could have an air conditioner was like there was two things. There was either a good fan, and I would just be like wet, either with a t-shirt or my t-shirt off, just wet skin, plus the ventilator, the fan, and it was okay. Uh, or I also bought something that was quite cool. It was like a small box. It was like a humidifier fan, you know, that where you had to put like water in it. It was a bit cheaply made or whatever, but it actually was good enough to make me, it basically it was a fan, but there was like some filters in the middle that got humidified. Uh, and basically the filters, the air would pass through the filters, and the air would come out very humid. And so when the air is hot and dry, you can feel the humidity on your skin, and it acts as if when your skin is wet or whatever. And so it did enhance my cooling experience without a proper air conditioner. So that's what I used before. But this is not an air conditioner. This is just like, humidifying the air. But it only works if the base air in your apartment is actually very dry. Because like I remember that, because I was in a very small room, and so when I took my shower, for example, and the air became very humid because of and if I didn't open the window to make it drier, trying to use this device would not cool me down, because now, since the air was as humid as the air that was coming out of the device, it didn't cool me anymore. So yeah, if you have a dry air, you can use this little thing to you know have fan and moisture. It kind of moisturize your skin, and so heat gets dissipated more easily. Yeah, that's a bit like what people do when they put like a humid cloth on top of the fan. That's the same uh vibe. It's just that this little thing it was like a box. It was just way more efficient than doing that, because it had an actual like filter through which the air would pass. So yeah, that was the best non-air conditioning device I had. That helped me a bit through the heat. But otherwise, yeah, there's nothing better than an air conditioner if you can. Yeah, I just need some snow season right now. Yeah, as we all do, Soon, soon, soon. In a month and a half. I miss winter. Yeah, me too. Every time I'm in, I'm, every time winter is here, I'm like, oh, you know, such a great period, especially in France, where winter doesn't get that cold, right? We never like in France, we rarely get below 5 degrees Celsius, right? It's always like 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. It rarely goes in the depth of the winter below 5. And that's so great, And when I'm in the winter, I my mind is like so free of the summer that I act like summer doesn't exist anymore. And when it comes back, I'm like, ugh, I forgot about it. Once again. Once again, I forgot about the summer. Fuck. That's why I have my air conditioner here all year long. And then I clean the filters, and I'm like, back to work. Duffy, like schmectual, doesn't understand the AI translator. Schmectual. Wait, schmectual. Is he saying that to not be censored by the TikTok algorithm? Does it actually mean sexual? Is that what's happening? What do you mean schmectual? Your subtitles crack me up. Yeah. He just wants to say sexual, right? Sexual boundarylessness. It makes more sense also. Of sexual boundaries. Guess what? It's -1 degrees in New Zealand right now. Yes, I know. Yeah, I mean, I know. I don't think about it that much, but yes, because the seasons are reversed, right? So now, you know, you know, in a way that's so great because it means that if you're rich enough, if you're rich enough, you can actually not live in the summer. Never, you know. If you're rich enough, you go in July in New Zealand for the winter, and then you go back for regular winter in France or something. That's great. That's a great news. If you just need to be rich and not have to work and go to an office every week. But if you can, it means that you can never encounter uh, summer in your life. Isn't that great? I also I already checked in France, like which parts of France have the lowest summer temperatures, and it turns out this is the in the mountains. So basically, Courchevel, you know, like all the skiing stations, Courchevel. Well, I don't remember the others, but you know, like all the skiing sessions, high altitude skiing hotels and resorts and stuff. That's also where the summer temperatures in France are the lowest. The annoying thing is that it's also fucking expensive there to live there, to buy a house there usually. But you know, you can have like 17, 20 degrees in the summer when the rest of France has like 30 or 35, which is pretty good, pretty nice to have. Would be ridiculous. Would be a bit ridiculous if he means sexuals. I think that's what he means, huh? It's just I really think that, you know, especially since he's a doctor or a professional. I'm pretty sure people do weird stuff to not get shadow banned or whatever, or people have the belief that they might be shadow banned if they say some words, like if they say Hitler or if they say sex, because Americans are very weird with their words. Like, they cannot say certain words. Or if they say fuck, ooh, it's illegal to say fuck publicly or something, So if he's American, I would totally understand that you know, he says, gosh darn it. I mean, but maybe he's not religious. But, this is a very American thing to have a weird relationship with bad words, curse words. So maybe he just means sexual boundaries. That would make sense. Great news. Z for Zealand, yeah. Or you can live on the equator and just walk to the other season. Yes. Yes. This is true. You go on the limit. You go on the limit, you know? You spread your legs on each side of the equator. You go on to, in a country that is just on the equator. You spread your legs up. What happens? One leg is cold, one leg is hot. Problem solved. You are now in temperature equilibrium. Isn't that great? That's a great plan, Yannick. Good job. Gosh darn it. Exactly. Yeah, smashing, I don't understand. Maybe it's a psychological word to like bring down or like the act of humiliating someone or demeaning, like having a demeaning attitude towards someone. I don't know. Interesting. Okay, now I want to finish this video about the Bend GPU programming language that is 2 years ago, but now I want to know where Bend is. 2 years. I guess they got some progress, maybe. This is a programming language to run anything that can be run on a GPU on a GPU. It runs any algorithm on a GPU. Like it writes like Python, but it will make everything, it will automatically translate any parallelizable logic into GPU runnable binaries, I guess, or thing, which is pretty cool if you think about it, because GPUs are, you know, right now GPUs can only be used by people who can use CUDA, and CUDA is fucking hard. So that would be cool. It's belong. How are you? I'm good. How about you? I'm good. And it's made in Rust. The underlying implementation is Rust actually. So that's pretty cool. Wait, so we went from what? So 30 seconds. Wait, so 10 minutes. Wait. What? Wait, so 10 minutes, 30 seconds, 1.5 seconds? Ah, oui, single thread, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so single thread, multi-thread. That's, well, we can already do that with regular Python, right? Now that's cool. This is the coolest thing. You just add a command, an argument to the command, and it goes from multi-threading to GPU. That's crazy. and voilà, it divides by 15, right? No, by wait, 1.5 times 10 by 20. No, by wait. No, my brain breaks. 30 divided by 1.5. It divides by 20. Yeah. Okay, and so now I want to check uh, the GitHub. Where's the GitHub? Huh? Ah, go to sites. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Victor Tailin. He's very well known in on Twitter. I see him all the time. Alors Bend. Mm-hmm. He's doing lots of AI stuff. Let's see. High level, massively parallel programming language. Ben offers the feature of expressive languages like Python and Haskell. This includes fast object allocation, full support for higher order functions, with closures, unrestricted recursion, and even continuations. Bend scales like CUDA. It runs on massively parallel hardware like GPUs with nearly linear acceleration based on core count and without explicit parallelism annotations. No thread creation, locks, mutexes, or atomics. Bend is powered by the HVM2 runtime. That's the thing he talked in the video. It's like this paper. By compiling programs from high-level languages such as Python and Haskell to HVM, one can run these languages directly on massively parallel hardware like GPUs. Oh yeah, so Bend is just like, I don't know, it's also made by him. So I guess it's based on an older research paper, and he just tried to apply it in a new way, I guess. Do you think the language is AI generated? Uh, well, probably, but I don't think it is vibe coded though, you know? Is this repo and language AI engineered or agentically engineered? Yes, I think yes, for a large part. Because Victor Talin always talks about like his setups and stuff for AI. I think so. Yeah, probably. But at the same time, it's probably really good too. I don't know. Especially I don't know enough. Yeah, about this specific project, and I don't know about like this technology also. I know nothing, but it seems pretty cool. What I'm wondering though is like how advanced it is. How advanced is this thing? It's still from 2024 here, the website. So what's going on? Issues. When was the last commit? Attends, let's look at the commit. 4 days ago. So he's still pushing stuff. July 7, June, February. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. So the commit stops. The last real commit was in June 2025. So 1 year ago. And then he just committed a few days ago to bump repo activity. I'm wondering what people shameless activity going on. Why I just did commit because the repo wasn't showing in a buggy interface that I was signing up to, so I made a dummy commit to fix the bug. Emo could have made a commit more clear. I got exited and saw it was still active. Uh, huh, huh. So is I guess I guess the project is dead. Brazil mentioned, really? Where? Pull request last week, June, April. I guess some people are using it. 1 week ago. I'm trying to understand Ben and write simple programs after I've tried some example. I mean, if this program works, this is the best thing ever to destroy the monopoly that NVIDIA has on writing GPU runnable code. You know, like it's actually a big ass thing. So why are not more people interested in this? Yeah, so everything was like that has been updated was last year. 20k stars. 20k stars, 500 forks. What about the activity? The guy. Big Graphics is trying to cancel them. Yes, maybe. Where do you see the activity actually? Network, contributors, last 3 months. Yeah, so it just ended last year. Yeah, so most of the activity ended around end of 2024. I'm wondering if there are like some explanations. Just want to ask ChatGPT something. Okay, I archived my unwanted chats on ChatGPT, so now I can show you. I'm going to ask something. No, I'm going to ask GPT 5.6 Sol. Oh, 5.4 is leaving on July 23rd. We still have 5.3. 5.3, my beloved. Come back. But it won't come back. Now I have Terra Medium. Terra Medium actually, I feel like, has the same usage spending as GPT 5.3 codecs. And it's actually good enough. Luna, I tried 5.6 Luna, and it started forgetting things that I said earlier in the conversation. It was like running some shell processes to run my local LLM models, you know? And Luna just forgets what I said earlier, you know? And Terra doesn't. So Luna is a bit too, and it was Luna High or Luna X High. So Luna kind of sucks, at least at long context recalls, I guess. Which is a bit annoying, right? Because when you're working on something, you want your model to remember what you said earlier to continue doing the same kind of thing. But Luna doesn't do that. Okay, I want you to go to this repo. Bend. Where is it? I want you to go to this repo and check how alive it is doesn't seem well. Let it find out. And well, it's not alive. Nobody is pushing commits, so it's dead. I mean, development has been dying. The one thing I'm wondering is it actually usable? It doesn't seem so. But at the same time, I'm wondering if people are using it. I'm wondering also if people are not using it. Because Victor Tallinn has been very vocal about his AI processes. And maybe, you know, because I don't know if you saw, but I saw there was like a Silicon Valley drama just before yesterday or 2 days ago when the founder of Bun, Jared Sumner, posted a blog post about how he rewrote Bun from Zig to Rust in like a week of highly agentic work, because Bun just got bought by Anthropic, so they had access to unlimited tokens with the best models, which was probably a version of Fable that was internal. So basically, he had very smart models, unlimited tokens, and they spent like the equivalent of 160,000. Oh, thank you, Nico. Nico Address for the follow. Fun fact: the gets function is one of the few library function ever removed from the C standard. Oh. The gets function is one of the few library functions ever removed from the C standard. Specifically, because it was deemed impossible to use safely due to its lack of buffer bounds checking. Very interesting, Nico. Very interesting fun fact. Do you like C? You know, very cool. Cool fun fact here. Thank you. I like C. You like C? Very nice. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and so Jared basically had unlimited tokens to go from Zig to Rust with a rewrite with the best agents. And he posted a blog post on this. And the Zig Foundation like founder, Andrew Kelly, I think, posted a counter post where he basically insulted Jared in a very, very, very personal way, while at the same time saying, oh, it's not personal, even though it was very personal. And that shocked a lot of people in the technical space, Silicon Valley and programming space, because Andrew Kelly was just salty and like was just throwing personal attacks at Jared. That were not, I mean, some were technical, but most of the crazy stuff that he said were clearly not technical. Just like he said, he was like a stinky manager, whatever. He had a beginner energy, stuff like that. But like, and so basically, he antagonized a lot of people online. And I think he actually apologized by updating the post, Andrew Kelly. So yeah, you know, like if you wanted to know about the latest drama in the programming slash Silicon Valley space, whatever, this is the one. The founder of Bun and the founder of Zig clashing each other through. I mean, it's not even that they're clashing each other. The Zig founder, the Zig Foundation, like president and founder, just attacked Jared because he moved away from Zig. But, and the Jared's post was not actually attacking Zig. Well, even though he, criticized some aspects of the language that were better at Rust in Rust, but technically there can be many arguments. But yeah, like people were just flabbergasted by how violent the attacks were from Andrew Kelly. I don't know if I can. If you want to get into the, I'm going to show you the both. Voilà. This is the blog post from Jared and from Andrew Kelly. Voilà. This is the blog post from Andrew Kelly. This is I think he edited it. He edited a lot of things because people were mad at him. So he understood at some point that maybe he was talking shit a bit too much. Beginner energy, all that stuff. And people were like, well, what programming language do you like? I like Python. So at the base, I have most of my practice has been in Python, JavaScript, where I manually coded a lot. But now I'm coding in Rust with AI. I'm trying to learn. I'm halfway through a big course on Rust. So I'm getting to learn Rust. And that's all, I think. Python, JavaScript, and the typical shell. Well, yeah. I did a little bit of C# when I tried some things on Unity, but not enough to actually know my way around C#. So yeah, mostly Python, JavaScript, and now Rust. I'm slowly knowing about Rust, getting to know Rust. I feel like Andrew Kelly should first release a stable version of Zig before talking shit. Interesting take, Nico, because that's exactly what I mean. To be fair, most people actually criticize the fact that he just attacked personally Jared, not even the technical arguments, because in this post he does talk about he does have some technical arguments that can be legitimate, I guess, from his point of view. Like, one of the technical arguments I remember reading that I remember was that he said that basically Jared could have fixed the problems with the Bun Zig implementation by being more responsible in the code that he was writing in Zig, like better engineering or more responsibility in the way he was doing things was the answer. And he said that basically Jared was just writing slop Zig code even before AI. So that's I don't know if I can find it, because the blog post is not that long. Like if I control F slop, voila, Jared Jared was already writing slop well before he had access to LLMs. That's something to say, huh? To somebody in a public post, right? Oof. Just after you said that this guy had always had strong beginner energy. But even though, especially in the Silicon Valley startup area, beginner energy might actually be a good thing, because it allows you to go fast and to not lose yourself, to not be nerd sniped by countless clean code requirements that will make something that can take you a week to code 6 years, right? So in a way, sometimes beginner energy can be good to ship a product quickly. But of course, in the mind of Andrew Kelly, who I think sees himself not as a developer, but as an engineer. Okay, a proper engineer. He's not. I think he actually like wrote an old blog post where he said, "I'm not a JavaScript developer. Okay, I'm an engineer. Know the difference." You know, he's this kind of person. Um. So yeah, it's not sufficient to catch bugs in the code, but it is sufficient to catch bugs in 1 million lines of unreviewed slop. But he's talking about the Rust rewrite here. So yeah, and I saw like the opinion of Mitsuhiko. So you know the how is the name his real name? Fuck, Mitsuhiko Mitsuhiko Armin Renature. He also said that Zig like he has a lot of things to say about Zig in a bad way, or I guess in the architectural choices that Andrew Kelly took for Zig, or the stuff that he fails to address something. But I don't know Ziga, so I don't know what he's referring to. But I've heard that from him and other people commenting on the subject that like Andrew Kelly is extremely critical of Jared's ability to like write Zig in Bun for Bun or his previous attempts, I guess, right? I mean, yeah, Bun was written in Zig until recently. So he's very critical of his technical skills, basically. But it's funny that so many other people are also very critical of Andrew Kelly's own technical skills and at least architectural choices, it seems. You know? How ironic. Bon, I guess that's also just nerds critiquing each other because, you know, that's what nerds do when they have big egos and, you know, once software developers get above 30-year-olds or 35-year-olds, they develop extremely big ass egos about their technical skills and what is good, you know, good programming and bad programming. And so they all, of course, criticize each other all the time. And I think that's also what's going on there. But yeah, like drama, lots of drama the last few weeks, in the last few days about this. That's funny. And I think he actually like wait, did he actually uh, you know he has this like annoying, you know, like ironic like I'm not like these oh yeah, one aspect of his blog post that annoyed me the most I think is the blatant like anti-startup, anti voilà, VC backed, anti Silicon Valley like ethos that he has, that is almost like not even justified or explained. He's just coming like he's just going from the principle that VCs and startups are bad by principle, and like therefore Bun sold their project to VC backed to VCs and to Silicon Valley people, and so he's evil. And he does not explain that. He doesn't. To him, it seems obvious, and I'm like, oh. Even though, like, it's clearly not. I mean, it's not obvious all the time. Some like some projects, some startups are you know, have a good impact even when they are funded by VCs on the open source ecosystem, and some don't have a good impact. But like you can't just say, "Oh, ew, the Chill Fellowship, disgusting, get away from me." Like, come on, this is ridiculous. I can help you with Rust if you want. Well, you know, I'm just learning I'm just learning my Rust with my course. You know, I'm watching. I'm watching. Oh no, you will see my recommendations. Attends, Rust programming. My recommendations are spicy nowadays, so I don't want you to see that. I'm watching. Well, I'm watching this course, so I'm at half now. You know, this is such a great course. 14 hours of course from FreeCodeCamp. You know, such a great course. This guy is great. This guy is the goat. He's the goat. And so, you know, I'm just reviewing every aspect of Rust with this. You know, I don't think. I mean, I guess I would once I'm done with the course. I guess I would try some lead code to at least be able, at least once in my life, to write manual Rust code. But to be fair, now that we live in the AI age, I'm probably just going to mostly rely on AI to write my Rust. Yeah, I mean, even when I imagine, because I'm watching this course thinking, you know, it would be useful if I need to optimize my Rust or whatever. But to be fair, even the optimizations of Rust, I will probably just double check, triple check with an AI, you know, with a ChatGPT or with a Codex or something before doing the change. So in one way or another, I will always go back to the AI. But it doesn't prevent me that it doesn't it doesn't make this course useless though, because of course I need to know what to ask to the AI. So, you know, if I want to optimize some things in my Rust code, I need to know what's in there. So that's why I watch this course, to understand and to, I guess, have a memory trace of what's in Rust and how things work. But yeah, am I going to actually code manual Rust myself? I don't think so. Yeah. So you know, well, we live in a weird period nowadays. But I still want to know my way around Rust. Yeah, you know, it's like the same thing that I want to get to almost the same point in Rust than I have with Python, where I know most of the, you know, the idiomatic features of Pythons, and you know, um, like I know that I can use a data class for certain things and that it's better, even though like I've not actually coded extensively with data classes in Python, for example. But I know it's a feature that is there, and maybe in some, you know, things I will think about it for some uses. So you know, and all the idiomatic Python stuff. I want to get to this space with Rust, even though nowadays also I don't code Python Rust myself. I mostly ask the AI to write it because it's way faster and it can code so many few more features. And I just need to, you know, ask it what I want and cross check, and you know. And nowadays also the code quality of the models are pretty good actually. It's not good if you keep like piling stuff, but if you do like you know, a regular like refactoring or formatting check or whatever, uh, it can actually be pretty okay and faster than what if you try to write it yourself, you know. So yeah, I'm still bon. I will finish this course though. But yeah, I guess my Rust learning curve will mostly be finishing this course, maybe do like 10 or 20 lead codes exercises to like have a sense of what it feels like to code in Rust, and then I will just switch to probably full AI, like I'm doing nowadays anyway. You know, what was I trying to do before? Ah, yes, I wanted to check if the Bend programming language was still alive, not alive. The project is dead, but are people actually using it or not? I'll check how alive it is. It doesn't seem so. But at the same time, I'm wondering if people are using it, for projects, or are there active forks, for example? Like, if this would work, that would be a great alternative to CUDA and the monopoly that NVIDIA has on GPU programming right now, and the thread, the single thread to multi-thread to GPU wait, and the feature of running code from single thread to multi-thread to GPU with just adding an argument is extremely cool and useful. So I'm wondering how useful this tool can be for the near future. Like, dig into closed and open issues for this project. What are people talking about? Are there fundamental flaws that made people quit? What do people think about Victor Tailin, the creator of the project, and his methods? Let's see where it goes, because Victor Tailin uses a lot of AI, so I'm wondering if you can find that, if people critique him for that or not. And maybe is that why people abandon the project? What are the promising things? What are the big flaws, the big hurdles for this project to create a comprehensive report? I'm wondering if I should do a deep research. Maybe I'm going to do both. Deep research. Because the promise of this project is so nice, so great. It would be so cool. If it would work. Literally an alternative to CUDA. Just that I'm wondering if you actually need an ecosystem to make this work, of libraries or whatever. Maybe. Let's see what the normal request did. Maybe I can increase the size, no? Hmm. Oh, the activity pattern is already unusual. Normal development largely stopped after mid 2025, while a July commit 2026 literally says, sure, bump repo. I'm checking whether recent PRs were a genuine revival or drive-by contribution. Yeah, because I'm wondering. But at the same time, if the last commit is 1 year ago, it means that he hasn't merged any PRs, right? Otherwise, that would have made some more commits. Good night, you all. I gotta have rest. Okay, see you, Iman. Good night. Good night, good night. Meaningful fork surfaced. Currently targeting AMD HIP. I'm checking whether it contains real divergence and runnable work versus merely being a recently synchronized fork. I don't know what's going on in there. Searching GitHub, searching. Cool. It's searching. Yeah, bye bye. Allez, come on. Ah, commit activity. Lobsters. I also on the drama, I discovered I discovered how the nerds separate themselves into different platforms because it seems that all the people that were on Lobsters, so Lobsters is like it's kind of like Hacker News, but it's not Hacker News. It's Lobsters. You can post, post to post, and it's like one platform, and people upvote. It's like a proto Reddit, you know. It's like what Reddit used to be, kind of at the very beginning. And yes, exactly. And so I guess in Lobsters, lots of people were liking Andrew Kelly's post, especially because I guess they hate startups and VC stuff, and and they liked his attitude, and they didn't like Bun, and on Hacker News, most people were on Jared's side. So it's like maybe I understood there, and I was wondering what was Lobster for, or like what is the public? Who are the Lobsters people? But I guess now I know. Lobsters maybe are, you know, more like the open source nerds, the copyleft nerds, the people who do not like capitalism. Whereas, of course, in Hacker News, since this is the post the home of Y Combinator, which is the biggest startup incubator in the world, the most renowned at least. Of course, most people were on the side of Jared. So it's funny, right? So one website is on the side of Jared, the other is on the side of Andrew Kelly. And a lot of personalities are on both, by the way, like Mitsuhiko, so Armin Renature. I saw his comments on both Lobsters below the thread, on both Lobsters and on Hacker News. So it's funny, like some people are on both, but it seems like there is one public that is more like startup compatible, that is more on Hacker News, and one audience of programmers that are more like, open source, anti VC money, anti Silicon Valley kind of people that are on Lobsters. It seems, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure because I don't know. I am not an actual regular user of either, so I don't know. But yeah, it's funny. It's funny how nerds, gather in the world. Ah, it's there. Wait, so the deep research finished before? Ah, no. No, it's there. Alors, Project Health. Alors, Bend itself is effectively dormant, but the underlying research program is not dead. The public Bend repository still attracts attention and occasional contribution, yet normal maintainer-led development mostly stopped in 2025. Higher order co-active experimentation has apparently moved through HVM3 into HVM4, which is being developed aggressively but explicitly pre-launch and is not connected to a maintained Bend frontend. When they say aggressively, is it the way Victor Tailin is coding with like 50 agents at a time or something? Is that what developing aggressively means? Bend is also not currently an alternative to CUDA in a vendor-independent sense. Its GPU backend uses CUDA 12. Yes. Okay, so CUDA is a dependency actually. Okay, so it's not a replacement for CUDA. It's built on top of CUDA. Okay. I mean, that's not bad either. Because it's very annoying to learn how to code in CUDA. And only runs on NVIDIA GPUs. Okay. It's better described as an alternative programming model for generating CUDA computations. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay, I mean, it's good too. Particularly for recursive and irregular workloads that are awkward to express it as conventional kernel. My overall assessment, originality of the idea, very high. Value of the research project, high. Current repository health, poor. Production readiness, very poor. Existing user ecosystem, small and experimental. Ability to challenge NVIDIA, essentially none. Yeah, that's not the project, actually. That's what I wrongly assumed. Change the core idea remain useful, high. Chance the current Bend implementation becomes mainstream, low. Without a substantial revival. How live it is, the headline statistics are impressive. Those numbers mostly reflect the enormous attention Bend received around its launch, however, rather than sustained present-day adoption. The commit timeline is much less healthy. Last normal upstream commit was on June 2025. And yeah, the activity. There is no single visible sequence of feature work, releases, bug fixes, or maintenance. There has been a small burst of community activity in 2026. PR 7 at the runtime thread count control, machine readable JSON, 12 basic list operations such as map, fold, take, zip, range. All three were open and mergeable when checked, but had received no maintainer comments, reviews, or other discussion. There is usually a stronger abandonment signal that commit count alone than commit count alone. Motivated contributors are arriving, but nobody appears to be operating the project. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. That's a problem for an open source project. Yeah, so he didn't even comment, like saying, "Oh, sorry, but I'm working on," because maybe Victor Tallinn is just working on stuff in the background, and maybe the PRs are not relevant to what he's working on, but maybe he could just comment on those PRs, right? Like, "Hey, dude, sorry, thank you, but I'm working on something else." But he's not even doing that. The backend is even more important. Bend depends on AVM2 for its parallel executions, and the HVM2 latest commit with a readme link correction on its own documentation said that CUDA execution was higher peak performance but is less stable, and recommends the generated C backend for production. Therefore, even if small Bend language fixes were merged, the runtime underpinning its most important claim, automatic massively parallel GPU execution, is no longer being developed in HVM2. Where development went, HBM4 is actively working on HVM4 higher order code. It was hundreds of commits and substantial 2026 work on CUDA execution, memory coalescing, garbage collection, heap locality. One change reported a 5.7x CUDA throughput improvement from memory layout work. Another added bounded memory garbage collection for programs that previously consumed gigabytes. Oh wait, I need to do something. Because I started my FastAPI migration to Rust Axum. I mean, my mirrored reimplementation, but with Sol Max, but I hit my limits, so I need to do it. I need to resume. Now the 5 hours have passed, so I need to resume that. What is the name of this? Oh, you web up. Web up. XB. Resume. Voilà. Yes, resume goal. Yes. Ah, nice. I can resume the goal. 1 hour, 25 minutes of work already. Eh ben, more to come. 99% left. Weekly, I have 68 left. Really? Huh. Okay. Soul Max. Nice. Quick French phobia break. It's time for the Francophobia break. Other people stepping on the snail versus French people. I know where this is going. Okay. Because I myself is, a pretty big snail enjoyer. So I know where this is going. I know you like to eat snails and frogs. Yes. I mean, snails more than frogs, actually. I rarely ate frog legs in my life. I ate some frog legs like two times or three times. And it was okay. It's just that it doesn't have that much taste. It tastes a bit like plastic, like rubber. It's a bit weird. It's a bit plasticky. It's a bit rubbery, like the frog legs, and they don't have any taste. So you have to put a lot of sauce. So it's not actually like an interesting meal. I don't know. The snails are a bit better. to eat. But you also need to put a lot of sauce because I guess they don't have that much taste. But you know, like snails, it's similar to seafood. You know, like the seafood, um, you know, like the little shells that you have like a steel thing and you put it in mayonnaise or whatever. Snails are a bit like that, you know. So, well, it's okay. It's interesting. Yeah. Yes. That's what I do. That's what I do every time it rains. You know, when the heat wave is over and there will be some rain, I'm going to go outside, crack some snail. Mmm, yum yum. You know, so good, so juicy. Dude, why is it not working? What? What do you mean? Why is it not working? Why is it not working? What? What is not working? Why is it? Why is it not working? Why is it not working? I'm trying to spread hate speech, and you agree. Because it's impossible to hate against the French. Sorry, everything is true. You can't hate on us because all the cliches are true. You know. What about this? People fighting in America hoods versus hoods in France. Okay, now maybe that's something that let's see. I would probably agree though, but let's see. Ah, yeah. So, bon, I'm sorry, but yes, we also do that. Okay, every time we go to the bakery, boom. You know, it's a big long. Why would you not use a big long stiff thing as a self defense tool? You know, a good stick. A stick is still a stick. Still, a stick can break bones. So yes, it's also true. Unfortunately, Yannick, I'll have to agree with every TikTok you send me. Sorry, huh? This one is about war. You will hate it more. Okay, let's see. Other soldiers when they are trapped versus French soldiers. Yeah, French people use hollow sticks all the time with each other, right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's also this is crazy. This is like last time I went to war, that's exactly what I did. So this is also true. Oh my god. This TikTok account is goaded, huh? They are so right about French people. How do they know all this? They probably lived in France for a while, you know? That's how they got all their good stuff. We need to kick France out of NATO. Who's going to kiss you then? Who's going to give you all the kisses? You're never going to kick us out of NATO because if you kick us out of NATO, you get no kisses, and you need all those kisses. I know. I know that you need all the French kisses. Yeah, true. That's right. You see, you can't kick us out. It's not possible. It's not in your advantage. We got the higher ground there. We're too gay for you to kick us out of NATO. That's right. Nobody knows about this, you know, but did you know how Napoleon won most of his wars? Most of his battles? That's right. Kisses, French kisses. That's what truly turned the tug of war every time. People don't know about this, you know. It's a niche. It's niche knowledge. But it's true. Do you think this actually happens in the world though? I don't think I know. Like in prison when they do gay stuff. um Good question. Good question. And I think there might be some things like this, you know, that happens. Because in prison, what happened, like, and I'm talking real here, you know, not as a joke. Because every time there's a concentration of men, of course, men are naturally horny, and there's no women around. What do men do? You know, they find the one that are probably the gayest, and they just have sex with them. You know, or they find the bis, they find the gays, and they just convince them to, you know, do some charitable acts or something. That's what happens in prisons usually. You know, like the it's not only like, you know, straight guy forcing other straight guys. It's also the gays and the bis that are like, you know, letting it happen for, and it's like a service like any other, you know. So since armies are mostly manly nowadays, yeah, probably happens the same, you know. Because I'm you know, I'm pretty sure that the amount of straightness in a prison and in the army is roughly the same. So if there's gay stuff happening in male prisons, there's probably gay stuff happening in the army too, you know. That would not surprise me. Yeah, that's right. Oh fuck. Uh, that, that, that's what I wanted to use. Every time there's a big concentration of horny straight men, there's gay stuff happening. Interesting. You know, like in Ukraine and Russia. Who do you think does more gay stuff? Hmm, good question. Because, but I promise to not talk about it. But now that the discussion comes on the subject, I'm going back to the my kink videos that I watched a few days ago. My series of kink videos. One thing that I got from these series of king videos is that a lot of time, but it's not always like this, but there's actually a significant portion of kinky people who were raised in very strict households, you know, like uh, a lot of kinky, like, yeah, people, girls and men, often they were raised in, like, you know, in America, heavily Christian, Catholic, Mormon, you know, like heavy, you know, with like a very strict education. When there was where there was a lot of constraints and lots of stuff. It's either this or people who were maybe the reverse, like um, people who were raised in very unstable families, we, you know, with like an alcoholic father or whatever who was violent or something. These people also develop kinks sometimes. And sometimes it's just random people, like people who had a happy childhood without violence or strictness. They just randomly have kinks. It's also like this. But I'm wondering if maybe in societies where there is a more strict education of the children, especially around traditional values, I'm wondering if maybe like because people become more kinky and are more attracted to because of this strict societal education or something, maybe they do get into like wilder sexual practices or whatever, and maybe that can include gay stuff, uh in some forms. I don't know, it would be interesting. So based on this, I would bet maybe the Russians would have more weird gay kinks or whatever, in the trenches compared to the Ukrainians, because I feel like maybe the Ukrainians are a bit more free in their upbringing, whereas the Russians are more like, orthodox. The West is gay and degenerate. You should be serious and that. And because of this strict frame, the brain just want to instinctively get out of it with sex or something, and so maybe they are more freaky and more, you know wow, now we know your opinion. Strict parents equal gay, gay equal fetish. Wow. No, but what I'm thinking is maybe straight guys that were raised in a very strict family or a society, maybe they can become kinky, like kinky submissive, or kinky dominant, and maybe they don't care if it's a woman or a man. And so maybe the kink can allow for gay stuff to happen more easily, compared to if the kink was not there. That's what I mean. Like maybe the kink that strict societies and families enable, maybe it can also ease doing gay stuff, in practice. Even though the base person might be straight, but maybe when the kink takes over, maybe they can do some gay stuff. That's what I'm thinking. The woke parents can make them bisexual. um, what do you mean? The woke parents can make them bisexual? Not I mean, no, it would be the reverse. The strict parents can make them bisexual. Yeah, because like I don't know, I just had it woke for fun. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know, I do think it's like it's the law of pressure. Like the more you put pressure on something, the more people want to squeeze out, to get out, to. I think there's something like this. And that would explain also why so many people with very strict upbringing have these kinks that arise when they after puberty. You know, yeah. It's just a theory, though. I have no peer-reviewed papers to support this theory. Diamonds are made under pressure. Maybe I'm Socrates. Yes. My God, damn. I didn't expect that deep of a thought at midnight from you, Yannick. Wow. Diamonds are made under pressure. And who are the diamonds? Gays. Kinky straight men doing gay stuff. That's the diamond that we create by having extremely conservative societies. Wow. Wow. Bon, it's working. It's working. It's going to deplete my second stuff here. Huh? My second 5 hour. What was I doing also? Yes, I was bend. Okay, so he's just working on HVM4. Victor Taelin and his development methods. Why many people admire his work? He's unusually willing to explore financial alternatives across HBM4 and Bend. He has pursued a coherent research direction around optimal reduction, interaction nets, and massive parallel function evaluation. Alors, Ben is one of the OSS. HVM2 is dormant. Bend. So the most plausible future is not that the existing Bend repository gradually matures. It is that the underlying ideas reappear in a new Bend-like frontend built over HBM4, potentially with HIP, Metal, or other portable backend. Until such a project exists, Bend should be treated as a compelling research prototype rather than a CUDA replacement. Do you think that Bend will get an update to make it compatible, maybe in a backward incompatible way? With HVM4 or a new Bend like project is needed. On this random video about the World Cup. The World Yaoi Cup. Let's go read the caption. I hope everyone knows I am mostly satire. I agree.
I wholeheartedly agree.
And in the grand finale, they kiss the FIFA CEO. They kiss the FIFA CEO, you know, and the FIFA CEO has droit de cuissage, you know, on the winner. He has the right to kiss the. He has, you know, he has you know, the right and privilege as the CEO of the FIFA to kiss the winner of the competition. You know. Yeah. Wait, is this a trans person? Is this? Is she? Is she? Is he? She? Is she? What's going on? Oh. No. No, this is a woman. Like, how do you say? A cis? No, a cis woman. Yeah. Right. Today I feel gay. After the match, he owned the winner until the next cup. And after the match, he owned the winner. now you get into the kinky stuff. Yeah. Yeah, he owns the winner. Mm-hmm. And the FIFA CEO is officially the acclaimed Dom and mm-hmm. That's not kinky. No, no. That's just the turn of service, Alex. Of course, that's you need to validate that to participate, of course, into the competition. The World Yaoi Cup, of course. Whoa, what? Yeah, I mean she's kind of cute. Wow. Stop the goon. I shall stop the goon. I shall stop the gooning. Back to my goat. AI tells me Tony Hawk's brother is Mike Hawk. Okay. Ah, this is stupid. Exactly. Exactly. Dude. Ah. Alex, what do we think about woman reading making yaoi? This is a very good question, Yannick. I sometimes wonder about this too. I mean, sometimes. I wondered about this probably 4 times in the last 10 years. But when I think about it, I'm like, what is the cause of this? Why is the music so fucking loud? Um, Good question. Because I'm asking when I'm wondering, where does this come from? That women like to read and watch men fuck each other, kiss each other, fuck each other. Why is that a thing? I think it's some form of escapism. Escapism from what? From the like duties and of a straight heterosexual relationships, hetero relationship where the woman has to be pretty and cute and nice and the guy has to be strong and masculine or whatever. Is it to escape this? Like a virtual cuck chair, not to be mean. Yes, I see what you mean, actually. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Actually, it's actually pretty. Yeah, it does make sense. It would make sense, yeah. And I think I actually asked this question to my 16-year-old, when I was 16 in in high school. I met this girl that introduced me to Junju Romantica and the yaois, and I didn't know this existed. And she was reading like one yaoi per week or something. Like she was a big reader of yaois. And what did she tell me? I think she told me like she just liked to imagine cute guys, and it's just like there's like twice as many cute guys or something, and it just gets her going or something. What did she say? What did she say? But at the same time, I don't think she probably told me the entire truth. Also because she was a bit young, as I was. So maybe she didn't understand the full, reasons why she was into yaoi. But yeah, because like some aspect of me, I'm like, may and also like why would you have, because in the typical yaoi there is always like a dom and a sub, right? So is it girls? And so if girls read yaois, is because I guess they like both. And so, or maybe like, is it for women who are switches in a way, who like to dom, like to sub? And so they like both the uke and the whatever the name of the other one is, like there's the two roles, right? Maybe they appreciate both, because why not just a typical erotic version of yaoi with a woman and a man, you know? Why the sub? Why is the attraction to the sub being a man, a male? I'm wondering. But it's also harmful, right? Because there are a lot more women reading yaoi, actual evidence for this, than women. And the market, of course, appeals to the majority, right? There are a lot more women reading yaoi than men, you mean, right? There are a lot more women reading yaoi than men, right? That's what you meant. Yes, that's what I understood also about it. And the market, of course, appeals to the majority, right? So there are a lot of yaois only made for women, but not for the gays. And I feel like this is an invasion of a space, an invasion, you mean, no? Of a space for minorities, gays. Well, I'm not sure about this. Well, women mostly still like to be dominated, right? So they can feel themselves into the position of the bottom, who is a man and doesn't need to appeal to patriarchal standards. I see. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, because in some ways, gays are freer from patriarchal standards than straight couples, right? Like when you are in a straight couple, the woman is expected to do some things and the man is expected to do some things. Within the gay, when you have a gay couple, it's less strict. It's more blurry. Well, even though, in my experience, or at least with the guys that I've encountered, and that I liked also, because otherwise I wouldn't have. Roles are usually pretty clearly defined, and we actually mimic the straight couple basically. But I guess in other kinds of gays that are quite different from me in the ways they are attracted to men, yeah, the roles can be more blurry. People can switch and stuff. Yeah. So maybe the woman is a bit liberated from the weight from the burden of the patriarchal heterosexual standards and constraints when she watches yaoi, because this is a bit, yeah. And also this is a bit forbidden. Maybe the women like, when things are forbidden. So gays are forbidden, or at least, I mean, not nowadays, but they have been for the longest time, and it's always like not obvious, and you know it's risky, right, to be gay. So maybe the women empathize with this. Because like there is always more tension in a story when there's a gay like a gay love story, because usually in the gay story, of course, the men don't encounter on a dating app, but they encounter in real life, and of course it's very hard for gays in real life, well, except when one is very effeminate, but like normal people, normal men, it's very hard, especially if they live in a society where gays are not accepted. It's very hard to decipher if the other guy is gay or not, sometimes when the guy is masculine enough, I guess. So there is more tension in a potential gay love story than in a potential heterosexual love story. So maybe women like this kind of tension. It's more sexually arousing, exciting, you know? I guess it's like the excitability, like the top could just as well be the bottom, and they are valued the same in society, no matter of their position. Well, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, at least in the yaois that I've encountered, usually the top cannot be the bottom, and the bottom cannot be the top, right? Like the top, like in Juju Romantica, for example, the top is like a very tall, older guy that is pretty masculine, I think, or at least neutral. And the bottom is like a little young twink, that is very emotional, and as I remember it. And sometimes like there's even like sometimes there are scenes where like it's almost a rape. I think it's almost rape scenes, but it's like out of focus or out of frame, so you don't actually you're not sure, but at the same time the guy likes it, so there's also like the rape fantasies, it plays on the rape fantasies. Well, that of course a lot of women have, but a lot of bottoms in general. But if yaois are made for women, yeah, it would make sense. But when you talk about the yaoi, the stuff for the gays, I've encountered animes or cartoons made for the gays, and it's not at all like the yaois. Usually those made for the gays and enjoyed and read mostly by the gays are usually like the kind of comics with extremely buff guys, muscular guys with lots of chest hair and a gigantic dick. These are the ones, unfortunately, that are enjoyed by the gay minority, and only by them, So it's not like the gays don't have their own comics. It's just that, yeah, it's a bit trashy. I mean, at least to me. And the yaoi, even though I'm not an enjoyer. Yeah, they are more watchable, I guess. What kind of animated dark romance are you watching? Well, that's Juju Romantica. I think that's one of the most well-known yaoi. I watched the anime, so it's an anime. It's a. I mean, at first, of course, it's a manga. I mean, it's a yaoi manga, and then it's also it was made into an anime. And yeah, Juju Romantica, I remember. I watched some scenes. I was like, damn, the Japanese are like, yeah, as freaky as people say they are. As I mean, freaky and a bit, a bit borderline, like with certain things when it comes to sex and stuff. You're not a yaoi enjoyer? No, I mean I've never told myself, oh, I'm gonna enjoy some yaoi. No, I enjoy. I mean, I enjoyed. I watched the yaoi anime when I was younger, when I was 16, 17 or whatever, because I was curious, because I didn't know that these things existed, and so I was like, oh, and well, back then I was still with my girlfriend, but of course that opened some doors in my head, but apart from this short period where I was talking with this girl about this mostly, because that was one subject we had in common, I guess, or something I was curious about. Yeah, apart from this period, I've never watched or read yaois in my life, so the last yaoi I watched, like the last yaoi anime, and I think I did buy some like 2 or 3 yaoi mangas actually in this period when I was 16, 17, because I was curious. uh yeah, like it's the only period in my life where I bought, read, or watched yaoi content. Like, yeah, like from like first page to last, first episode to last. Yeah. Since then, I've never actually watched or read or anything about yaois. Yeah, so it's not like an actual interest of mine. But I mean, yaoi is made for straight women. Yeah. Yeah, so but you're right on that. Most of the like the yaois originally, I think, were made for straight women, for straight women. I guess the gay people who enjoy soft gay relationships can also like the yaois, of course, but never like. I think I don't agree with you when you say that it invades the gay minority space, because the gay minority space also has their own comics that only the gays are watching. It's just that those are full of extremely bulky, big, chest hair man, muscular man that wears leather and stuff like that, you know? And of course, it's only the gays who watch those. Women do not like those. So yeah. Yannick, are you a yaoi enjoyer? That would be interesting, because it means that you are on the, if yes, it means you are on the minority of the gays who like the yaoi content that is made for straight women. Yes. Well, that's okay, you know. I mean, it's not like we have to have like opinions, it's not like uber important, but what do we define as yaoi? To me, a yaoi is like an anime, Japanese, right? With a top and a bottom, a dom and a sub, right? Like, but yeah, and usually the top is like taller, older, and the bottom is younger, emotional, and or something. Well, there are other configurations, but mostly that's what I associate. And it's a Japanese manga, right? Anime. Well, for me, it's just manga but gay, right? I mean, yeah, yeah. It's just that usually, like for example, one thing that I would not like, if I saw this into a yaoi, I would not classify it as like within the standards of the yaoi as I know them. Again, I'm not an expert, but I remember 15 years ago when I got into this a little bit. I searched, I gathered lots of info on this. And so, for example, one of the characteristics usually of the men in the yaoi mangas anime is that they are not very masculine. Usually, they're pretty, and sometimes they are especially the bottom is like overly feminine sometimes, to a point where it just looks like a woman, but it says, "Oh yeah, it's a man." You know, like I think if there was an anime manga, Japanese, where both of the guys were very very masculine, I think it would not qualify as a yaoi, even though it was gay, you know? Because traditionally the yaois are always about both men usually are not very masculine, and the they are either neutral or a bit refined, metrosexual, or however you want to call it. But the bottom usually in the yaois is very very either feminine or youngish, boyish. It looks almost like a minor, like the Japanese are a bit they always push this when it comes to like fantasies, the you know kawaii stuff, even when it's about sex stuff. What would it be called then? I don't know. I don't know. But I guess it would be closer to what I call maybe Western based gay comics, or gay stories or whatever, because you often see these kinds of very two masculine men, like Mask for Mask stories. I mostly saw content that was not Japanese but very like Western style into the stuff. I never also got interested or very into that, but the few imagery that I have in my mind, it's always the Western kind of style and non-manga, non-Japanese that does with these uber masculine characters or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah. But there can also be Western yaoi, right? Well, I think this is the limits of my knowledge on this matter. Unfortunately, I don't know about Western yaoi. I guess you could argue that, yeah. I don't often see that stuff. you know, sometimes I open 4chan. Sometimes I open 4chan. I switch to the how do you call those? The posts, the the, the channels, you know the boards. I think I switch some boards, and I see stuff. I see images. Voila, that happens, sometimes. You watch Yo in 4chan? What the hell do you... No, I'm not watching Yo in 4chan. I'm watching random images being posted, you know? Once per year, I'm like, oh, what's going on in 4chan? Or because maybe I see like a meme with like the 4chan, brackets or whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, 4chan, I forgot this existed. Let's go. And then I'm like, whoa, that's fucked up. Whoa. That's wow. And then wow, okay, that's fucked up. Whoa, okay. I'm curious. Wow, that's fucked up. You know, it's it's an experience. 4chan is an experience. There are other websites where random image of Yo posted. Oh, really? Well, you see, I don't I don't know about those. I don't know about those. You know? If only someone could help me. Sure. Like, yeah, I don't know all this stuff, so voila. Yeah. So, but what were we talking about? Why did we talk about this? The question was what? Yeah, it was me arguing with you about like, is yaoi made for straight women? And yeah, I don't know. But in a way, I do think it's good that they made this for women. Like the fact that women like more soft stuff is cool, because otherwise we would only have these, gay porn comics with like village people, ultra muscular, chest hair, leather, characters that I personally do not like at all, and I would not enjoy watching a story about this. The cute yaois with the cute guys, boy, cute effeminate guys. I'm into that, so I enjoyed, the experience. When I was 16 years old, I was like, wow, okay, it's cool. So I applaud the women for having the same tastes as me in male gay story characters, I guess. Village people, YMCA, yes, YMCA. The YMCA people, like the gay leather rubber people. Now I know a lot about those because of my series of kinky videos I've watched. It's quite interesting because it's so far from my own preferences. I have zero interests in leather, like masculine leather rubber men in stuff. I have like zero interest. I do not understand how there's lots of gays who have these as fantasies. I don't understand. This is out of my landscape of possible. Yeah. Also not the fan of guys in yaois. Also not the village people in yaoi. Yeah, so you see. So yeah, so voila. It's it's yeah. But that there's like I was surprised. Like every time I have this now I have this image in my mind of this guy. So in the kinky, like there is this YouTube channel called What's the Safe Word, and they talk about this. And one of the two, three main like guy who intervene in this YouTube channel is a like now he must be around 50 or 60 years old, but old gay guy, and he says he has always been into leather and stuff. And now he's himself a daddy with a big beard, and like he's a bit fat and muscular and stuff. And he says he's always been like into leather and stuff. And it's fascinating to hear like his mind because it's so alien to me. But yeah, like there's like lots of gay kinky guys are into this. This is crazy. And the anecdote I'm thinking about here that I want to tell you because it's crazy. The guy posts videos on his social media of him but doing all kinds of stuff. But amongst the lighter stuff, he films himself, and this is like a submission thing for him. Like he has one of his leather guys, buddies, right? That have these big ass cigars. They have like fat ass cigars, like big cigars, bigger than the regular cigars, like actual big cigars. And they wait and they smoke the cigars, and they wait for the ash, to like consume the cigar, and they keep the ash on the cigar. And then guys like this guy from this YouTube channel, they come and they open their mouth and they ask one of their leather buddy to drop like 4 centimeters of cigar ash into their mouth. And they make it like a sexual thing. It's so weird, But like it's a humiliation ritual. And I watched that and I was like, oh my fucking god. Like that's real. This is real. This is possible. This is crazy. Like it's so alien to me. It's crazy. Every time I think about this, I'm like, oh my god. You know, this is actually not. I'm gonna show you. Okay, it's 1 a.m. All the children have gone to bed now. I'm gonna show you because this is fascinating. Like when you look at it, this is fascinating. You know, this is like, oh, and this is not sexual. This is just somebody eating ash. You know, but this is so weird to me. But you know, no kink shaming, of course. But yeah. Alex folding under zero pressure, showing us his kicks again. That's not my kicks. But this is just. I was. It's just. It's. You know, people know about BDSM. You know, bondage stuff, leather suits. You know, people know about this. I didn't know that there are a kinds of submissive people who eat the ash of people's cigarettes and cigars. And they eat like a fat load of it, you know? Ah, this is so weird. That's all. Where do I find this? Oh yeah, and they call themselves ash holes. Eat like they swallow it. Yes, they swallow it. They call themselves ash holes. You know? Instead of asshole, ash hole. Yeah, right? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you because this is like this is so weird. Attends, can I where can I find this? Voilà, on Blue Sky. Dude. Bon, the kinky account on Blue Sky, on Open OnlyFans, where that there's so many crazy stuff. There's so many like I'm not showing it. Yeah. Ah, voilà. Is it? Look at voilà. This is okay. Are you ready? If you could only get a gay humiliation expert in chat right now to tell us all about it. Yeah, right? Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay. Okay, this is it. So, as context, right? The guy has a necklace with the name Boss's Slave. So, Boss is his dom, right? Voilà. You know, this is just to give you context. Just to give you some context, okay? And he is at one of his leather guy, you know, reunion, whatever. Look at this. Voilà. Look. Voilà. Voilà. And he's eating it, you know? Voilà. Oh, fuck. Wait. Because he posts not safe for work stuff too. Okay. Voilà. You see? ah, that's the kind, and I saw that and I was like, "Oh," and because so the guy is one of the presenter in this YouTube channel that talks about kings. And yeah, and he talks about his kinks, about leather and this community of guys. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. But there's like when I saw this, I was like, oh my god, wow, that goes very that it goes very far. Nonetheless interesting. Just because it's so like it's like the landscape. I mean, it's like when I told you about that, like in these videos they talk like one day they ended up in a sex convention or whatever, and there was a part for the clown fuckers or something. It's the same kind of stuff where you're like, wow, yeah, this exists. I didn't know this existed, but now I know this exists. Okay. Does he only post stuff about cigar in his mouth? No, but he actually posts quite a lot of them. And at some point I was like, wait, but he's going to have like cancer or something. He eats too much ash because it's full of like how many cigars ashes does he eats per week? Like come on, he needs to stop. It's not good for his health. You know? Ah, and yeah, like because he posted several of them. It's not like it's a one year thing. He does that regularly. And I saw another one, but this one I don't know. I don't remember the account. It was like reposted or whatever. But there is another guy. Yeah, about a cigarette. Like I think it was at Folsom Street or whatever. In San Francisco, they have a street where once a year or something they have a festival where they show all the kings or whatever. And on the if you go to the Wikipedia pages for BDSM and kinks, you will always see the photos taken at Folsom Street in San Francisco, where they have like a march. It's like a BDSM pride basically, but people are naked and sometimes people are fucking, like because it's allowed in San Francisco. It's not illegal, so they do it on this street. And on Wikipedia, you see the photos of this festival. And like, yeah, there was one guy, a submissive guy also, who like came to the guy with the camera and said, "Oh, can I have your ash from your cigarette?" And the guy, I think, didn't think about it. He just dropped the ashes on the guy's mouth, and the guy was like, "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you a lot, sir. Goodbye." And he went away. I was like, damn. Whoa. That's part of the humiliation. Yes, yes. So I guess these these people who are very, I mean, I guess there's different types of kinky people. Like I guess there are some people who are kinky just as a submissive humiliation. No. So yeah, though I guess those who have the kink very strong, they can go to this length, of eating ash just to feel being humiliated or whatever. Um, but like the guy from the YouTube channel, he's a multi kink like he's just a intrinsically in intrinsically, yeah, kinky. Like he and he has all kinds of kink. But I guess he's also a content creator, so maybe he pushes the boundaries of his own. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he's just into all But like for example, the guy that I showed you that ate the cigar ash, the guy in the videos, he says, "Oh yeah, I can be top, dom, I can be sub, dom, I can hit you, you can hit me, I can become a sub, I can become a dom, uh, I have a power, you know, like he does it all basically." He humiliates, he can be humiliated. Whoa. You know, I was not ready for this because, you know, especially for me, since I I was always more like a top and more attracted to only one kind of guy. I always thought that people, you know, like well, it's what humans do usually. You know, people naturally project their own internal state to the rest of the world. You know, so that's why, for example, when I was like early gay in my early gay years, so 18, 19, 20, before I actually, I mean, at the time where I started dating gay guys, I was convinced, just because I was ignorant, that most gays liked, like me, cute twinks, and that nobody liked the older masculine men, you know, and that there was just a small minority of guys that were liking masculine men or something, and that, oh, those poor masculine men, you know, they probably have nobody to date or something. That's what I thought when I was 19, 20, because I naturally projected my interior desires onto others, you know, because I didn't know. And it's when I started dating more guys, I was like, ah, fuck, most gays actually like masculine men. Damn. You know, that was shocking to me. And also, I thought that most men were like me, most gay guys were like me, that they liked, you know, being cared for, that they liked, you know, a guy that was nice and gentle and whatever. And then I discovered, shocked again, that actually guys, you know, needed a strong man to handle them and to, you know, fuck them correctly and stuff, you know, with forceful will, you know. I discovered that when I was like 20, 21, 22. Before I was, because I knew that I didn't want this, so I naturally thought that other guys didn't want this, you know, that everyone wanted, like me, cute, nice, gentle twinks, you know, to be in a couple, to have sex, to, you know, everything. But yeah, it turns out that no, I was wrong. I think I am part of the minority. I think most gays are not like me. I think most gays are not like me. I'm not sure 100% because it's hard to, you know, we don't have stats on this. But now I think probably most men like masculine men more than feminine men, you know? Most gay men, I mean. That's part of the evolution. Surreal. Surreal. What is surreal? What did you say surreal for? And so yeah. Why did we talk about this? Blah, blah, blah. Attends. Yeah, 4chan yaoi. Yeah, we talked about 4chan yaoi. No, no, no. Yeah, and just to tell you, yeah, because it was an illustration that says that because naturally, because I have this, you know, this Yeah, I'm just like a natural top. Like it's almost like I almost was straight, you know? Like if I spent a few more days or weeks testosteronizing in my mom's womb, you know, I would have probably become straight, you know, but I didn't cross the boundary, so I'm gay. It's just that I like the guys that are actually quite effeminate like women, you know? But so that's why I like the yaois more than the buff, gay, muscular, chest hair guys, comics, gay comics. You know, I guess you said the one guy that said he can be sub, dumb, humiliated, or to be the humiliator. So as a joke, I said so real. I okay, so real. Mais non, mais like like because I can't, I wouldn't be able to be a sub. I think because that's not natural to me. You know, I'm naturally top dumb. You know, like I tried, as I told you already. I tried being a bottom, and it doesn't click. You know, it does nothing. It's not actually nice. So you know like it's so you know it's very interesting to see how people's you know sexual wiring are so different from me, from most people, I guess, because most people are not kinky, right? I think, not sure, but I think even though since it's a secret thing, no, most people are not kinky, man. No. Genosexual, what is genosexual? Genosexual, someone who's attracted to femininity. Yes, that's right. I also heard the term finsexual, but maybe it's something different. Yes, genosexual. Yeah, kind of. But it's weird at the same time. The way I'm attracted to femininity is so weird because, like, it's not like it's not like I'm attracted to an equal amount of women and cute men, feminine men, you know? I'm still mostly attracted to cute, effeminate men, gay men, you know? That happens to also be a bit effeminate because they're gay. But it's actually rarer that I find a feminine woman that I'm attracted to that is cute and feminine. But it's true though that the women that I am attracted to, they do need to be pretty fucking feminine and cute, you know? Like I was never attracted to a masculine woman or something. The same way I was never attracted to a masculine man, you know? So that's so weird. And you know, like friends of mine, for you know, like girls, when I tell them that, they're like, well, yeah, it's weird because if you're so attracted to femininity in men, why can't you be attracted to women then in the same way? Because women are more feminine, you know, there's more femininity in women than there is femininity in men and in gay men, and gay men are in less numbers than women. There's more women, so you should be attracted to more women. So you know, you should be like a bi. I should be theoretically a bi that mostly dates women because there's more women out there, but it's not the case. And even I don't understand why. That's so weird. Yeah, I know what you mean. Are you the same, Yannick? Are you the same? You know, that's so weird. It's like I'm specifically very attracted to the effeminate men, you know, for some reason. Or not even, I mean, it depends on the effeminate, because the guys that are the gays that are too effeminate, usually I don't like, because it's too much problems, you know, usually. Like, you know, the guys who like wear handbags, high, you know, heels and stuff in public. Okay, that's too much. That's too much problems, you know. But the cute gay twinks, you know, that are still like, you know, you can tell that they're normal, you know, but they're gay and they're feminine. Yeah, I do like that more on average for a certain number, you know, like, yeah, yeah, like I think if I would have like I don't know, like 100 people, 50 uh I mean, no, how do I do this? If there were like an equal amount of cute women and cute gay twinks, or cute gay, I mean, when I say twinks, it's not even about the age, it's about the appearance, you know. It's like, because a twink to me can be 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old. I don't care about the age, as long as the guy is usually younger than me. I don't care, you know. It's like the appearance that matters more, and the vibe also. But yeah, if there was like 50-50, I think I would take. I think I would be you know, let's say the same level of cuteness, or you know, the voilà. I think I would take something like, yeah, 70% of my picks in the twin, in the gay feminine gay guys, and 20% or 30% in the cute women, straight women. Yeah, or maybe 60-40, or it depends. It depends of how cute everyone is. But you know, like I think there's always like a slight advantage to it. I'm also, but not exclusively, attracted to femininity, but not women. I don't know why. Yeah, so same. Like, it's complicated. I'd say I have like somewhat of an aesthetic attraction to women. You know what I mean? Interesting. Interesting that you have an aesthetic attraction to women, because I think that's one thing that I don't have. I don't have an aesthetic attraction to women. You know, and that's one thing that one of my ex described to me once. It's funny. So and actually it was my first boyfriend. Actually, he told me this. Like, I do think girls are cute and even cuter than guys in some cases, but I don't feel attracted to them at all. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, look, Yannick. That seems pretty similar to one of my ex. Like my first boyfriend that I got when I was like 19, he told me the same. He told me, and he was very gay, huh? Very gay, very, you know, yeah, bottom energy, you know, very feminine, very gay, very sassy. I remember him telling me he was into fashion, you know, and I remember him telling me, I think that there's no prettier like human being that than a woman with like good makeup, a a beautiful dress and some high heels. Like, she's going to be like the best human, possible, and men don't even catch up to her or something. But at the same time, I'm not attracted to women, but I do find them extremely aesthetically pleasing, and like a woman who has a great dress, great makeup, great hair, and stuff. She's stunning, whatever, she and he really emphasizes this to me, and I think that's also one of the aspect where he was into fashion, because I think he wanted to work on beautiful dresses and beautiful clothes that women were going to wear to be, the best looking, whatever. I think he also there is something like this going on in his head. And it's very funny because when he told me that, I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I never felt this way. you know I never felt this way. And usually the women with a lot of makeup, the perfect hair, the dress, the high heels and stuff, usually I am not attracted at all. I'm not fascinated. I am like, too much for me, too expensive probably to take care of. you know uh I don't know, like I'm not at all. Yeah, I mean, there are women where I'm really stunned by their looks, but there is no attraction. Yeah, okay. Okay, interesting. I mean, yeah, that's what he described to me. But me, for example, I never felt that. I never felt that. Yeah. Usually when women are extremely stunning and I mean, yeah. I'm going to I'm going to give you an example, but it will make you laugh, of course. The only woman that fuck, what is her name again? There is one woman where when I look at her and the way she looked, I was like, wow, she's stunning. Fuck. Let me search a bit. I'm gonna show you this woman, okay? So it can happen to me to find a woman truly stunning. Fuck, what is the name of this series? Fuck. It's going to happen. Oh, come on. What is this series? With ah, voilà. Yes. Well, I'm gonna show you now. Are you ready to see the only woman? The only woman who, when I looked at her, I was like, damn, she's stunning. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Here she is. Voilà. Hunter Schaffer. Voilà. Voilà. You know? Voilà. Voilà, 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 voilà. Voilà. Hunter Schaffer. Do you know her? Do you know her? Do you know her, Yannick? No. Okay. So she's trans, basically. Voilà. She's trans. So she's the actor from Euphoria, a series that I've never watched and that I don't want to watch, I think. But yeah, she's a trans woman and she's cute, right? But guess what? Yeah, she was a cute twink before, and now she's a cute woman. And I'm like, oh yeah, she's stunning. Voilà. Voilà. It always come back, you know? It's like the twink god looks at me and says, see where you got there? You always go back to me, you know? Yeah. Voilà. I always go back to the twink god. Even when I like a woman, well, yeah. She comes from voilà. She comes from the twin god too. You know? And she yeah, she's cute, huh? Look at this. She's very cute, huh? You know? So yeah. No, no. That's the that's the contradictory state that I'm at right now. I should theoretically find lots of women very attractive, but I always go back to the twinks. You know, there's no escaping it. There is no escaping it. So I don't know. You know, it's weird. My brain, I think, is very weird. But I guess I'm not the only one. You know? And funnily enough, I think where most of the guys the guys like me that are specifically into gay twinks are, I think there's a lot of those. There's a lot of us in the bis and in the straight guys. You know, they just haven't checked on that. I think probably. I'm not sure because like the gay gays. You know, they socialize with other gays and they like to be into the gay bubble culture or whatever. But for example, I was never interested in the gay bubble culture thing. So, and I noticed that for when I, with all my exes, for example, have all watched the RuPaul's Drag Race seasons or whatever, of the current year or something when I was with them. Well, maybe now it's a bit old. It's becoming older now. I don't know if it's still ongoing. I don't even follow that. And it's just that my interests are never about all the gay stuff. And I found that lots of my exes, they always, they are very gay in their social circles, in their like friends and stuff. And I was never into this. So I don't know. I can't help but think that there is a straight aspect to my brain that involves being like a natural top, being liking being a dom, stuff like that. Not socializing with the gays, but there is this part that is gay that my natural obedience to the twin god. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm attracted to the society idea of a man. Like I wouldn't date a woman, but I guess I'd be open to date a trans dude. Pre-transition, whatever, you know, a trans dude, pre-transition. Interesting. You would date a trans dude pre-transition, but not post-transition. So a trans dude, which means that it's female to male or male to female. Post-transition also. Okay. DBH also not a big fan of pussy, but will exclude that here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for example, I don't mind the pussy. You know? I'm really not that interested in dicks at all, you know? For example, you know, one other aspect that is very top dumb straight like, I'm really not interested in dicks, you know? If cute twinks could have a pussy, that would be even easier for me, you know, that would be better. Easier. It's made for this, you know? No problems. What? Yes, you know? I told you I'm so weird. You know, I am weird. It's a bit weird. Dick's pussy, bro. Well, well, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, so dicks can be better because you can hold it, right? You can hold it, you can see it, you can enjoy the thing, right? Yes. But so for the fellatio, whatever, yeah, that's objectively better. But the one thing is that I'm not particularly a fan of sucking dick, you know? It's a thing that I do when it happens, right? Like when it's hot and stuff. But I'm not actually a fan, you know? Like it's something accessory. It's something like sucking my partner's dick is optional, you know? My partner sucking my dick is not optional. I like it a lot, you know? But sucking my partner's dick is usually optional. And to be fair, because it's optional to me, I think I would be willing to trade not being able to suck a dick to have access to a nice functional pussy. But we are going deep down the rabbit hole now. Huh? But you know, because ass is so complicated, it's so annoying. There's a lot of you know, like preparation that has to go. But it's not me that does the preparation. But well, when I bottomed a few times, I saw, you know, the preparation, the make sure everything is you know, working correctly, there's no stuff leaking, right? It's annoying, right, to have to think about all this. Even though nowadays, bon, voilà, since I don't bottom anymore, I'm not the one thinking about this. But you know, women, straight women, don't have to think about all this, and it's just easier, you know. And I'm talking, I'm not talking about pregnancy and that stuff. I'm just talking about like the sexual aspect of it and the desires and stuff. You can hold it. It's not optional. What do you mean? It's not optional? No, it's optional. Did I say it's not optional? What did I say? It's not optional. Well, I said for me, sucking my partner's dick is optional. You said for your partner, it's not optional. Yeah, so I mean, it's not optional. everything with consent, of course. But it's just that, yeah, this is essential to me that my partner can suck my dick. Yeah, this is actually pretty important to me for my sexual, you know, pleasure, you know? Essential. Yeah. 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 It's very pleasurable. It's way more pleasurable for my partner to suck my dick than for me to suck my partner's dick, you know? Yeah. And usually it's complementary for him. Usually most of my partners, it's the reverse. They prefer to suck than to be sucked. So it's perfect, you know? It's perfect this way. And that's why I'm such a good top and I like to have bottoms and you know, that's where it works the best and that's how it naturally falls into usually because we have this complementarity, you know? Like my partner usually likes to suck and doesn't enjoy to be sucked as very much, and me the reverse. I enjoy being sucked, but I don't enjoy crazily to suck my partner's dick. You know, so it's good. It you know it's very complimentary. So yeah, you know. So you know it's yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, like you know, and that's why it's because I have these natural tendencies. That's why like for a long time, and I kid you not, I'm not like this is was real in my head. I thought that like Mask for Mask were either a conspiracy theory or bottoms in denial, you know, or bottoms projecting their own desires on themselves, you know, or on others or something. Because it's so different from how I think about sexuality and stuff. You know, like how the Mask for Mask people, the Mask for Mask guys, you know, the Mask for Mask guys are the guys like we saw on the YouTube channel, you know, on the, you know, the guy that the Ash Hole guy, you know, this is a Mask for Mask. He's very masculine. He's always been pretty, I mean, except when he was young, as he says, but right now he's very masculine and he also likes very masculine men, you know, and he says he's always liked older masculine men, you know, and I look at this, I'm like, wow, I can't relate. I can't relate Mask for Mask because it's like they are outside of, you know, either me of my potential partners, you know, because me as a top dom, I would say, yeah, naturally I seek you know, submissive, effeminate gaze, you know, like, and usually the reverse is true for them. They seek a guy that is more masculine than them, or you know, a top. And so the fact that some guys, because I don't like masculinity, and usually my partner likes my masculinity, you know, so there is this exchange. But the Mask for Mask guys, they are masculine and they also seek masculinity, and you know, and so this is so different, so different. And I guess that's the kind of guy who watch, you know, the comics with the big bulky guys, the, you know, the porn comics with the big ass bulky guys, with chest hair and a gigantic dick and stuff like that. I think it's those guys. But yeah, like yeah. So the gay brain is so weird. I mean, my gay brain, other gay people gay brain. I don't. I always, like it's so simple with the straight people. Usually, well, straight people there's also plenty of differences and stuff. But usually, most straight people behave the same or like the same kind of things. Usually, are attracted to the same kinds of personalities, I guess, or I mean, attributes to people. But I mean, boy, it depends. But for the gays, it's so like I feel like the dynamics so different sometimes, and the attraction patterns are so different. It's fascinating. Oh yeah. Bon voilà. It's too late, huh? It's too late. We'll end it talking about dick. Yes. That's the last word of tonight.
Dick. Dick.
Yeah, I don't know. I really need to stop talking about sexual things. It's been 4 streams that I've been talking about sexual stuff nonstop. I need to stop. Stop. Thank you, Shaquille. Shaquille, I'm gonna do like you. Stop. It's time to stop. Okay. It's I need to go back to family friendly stream. I need to go back to the family friendly stream. Programming stream. I need to talk about AI. Do you remember a few months ago I was talking about AI news and tech news and it was so nerdy, oh my god, and now I'm talking about kings and as we say in French, tout paravolo. Tout paravolo. Tout paravolo là. Alors, tu quoi? Oh. Is that the BDSM? Is that the ChatGPT BDSM rope in the background? In the background? Oh no! Wait. What do you mean in the background? Oh fuck! Yeah. Yeah. Focus on me, okay? Focus. As we say in French, focus. 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 Focus on me. Focus, okay? Focus. You need to focus. Hello, Fox and Main, how are you? We're talking about sex again. Voilà. It's too paravolo. Everything goes to shit. I promised to talk about nerdy stuff, and now I'm back to voilà. It's too much. We were talking about gays and kinks and attractions and like who who likes who and how it's very complex in the gay community to know what you truly desire. I mean, people know, but they don't. They're never sure. Oh, it's weird sometimes. Now he's talking about men, not even nerdy men. Yeah, that's right, the brows. What do you think about nerdy men, Alex? Nerdy men, well, they need to be. I mean, it's good. Nerdy men. Nerdy men. Open question for anyone. Nerdy men. I think it's good that I have common interests, with them as a potential, like, for a potential partner. I think it's never bad. It's always good to have interest in common, you know, especially since. Oh yeah, okay. I'm going to do it like this. I think most nerdy men. So first of all, they're very straight. They're not gay. Most, right? So I don't care about them. The straight nerdy men, they're not. I mean, as soon as you're masculine, and most straight men are fairly masculine, I don't care about you, basically. I don't care. I do feel like but there is a subset of nerdy men that are extremely gay, and often very autistic, and that's all the autistic gay fanboys, furry guys, nerdy that are very nerdy, and those I like a lot. Femboy, femininity. I'm interested. I like feminine boys, so there is a lot of overlap here. So yeah, I would say most nerdy men, not interested, but the subset of autistic, nerdy, femboy, Rust, Arch Linux, furry, whatever guys, they're cute. Yeah, I'm, this is obviously a match. Yeah. So that's to say one thing. But now, are most of the cute twinks that I like, or the cute gays, that I enjoy, that I like, are most of those guys that can be potential partners? Are most of those guys nerdy? No, unfortunately. you know they're not. Usually they're interested in the stuff that the gays like, like fashion, all the girly stuff, basically. uh I don't know. They want to work in marketing, in communication, in whatever. They're not interested in programming. So yeah. So so that's my potential partner landscape. What it looks like. It's like most of the gays, like most women, are not interested in computers and nerdy things. But I know there is a subset that is very into nerdy things, and usually they are the most nerdy. They are the ones. They are the programmers with the anime pictures on their profile. They are the Rust people, or now maybe the Zig people, or the Haskell people. Um, the OCaml people, who like to write some kernel stuff. Voilà. These are the femboys, the furries that I think could, yeah, personality wise, even sexually wise, could overlap. Even though, well, the only thing that, yeah, well, even though, well, yeah, I guess it depends. Only one I have seen so far that made me stare was Hash The French fanboy VR rigger. Oh. French. Let me look. Look, we were just walking. We were just talking. We were just looking at cute twins because look, I just showed that Hunter Schaffer is probably the most stunning woman I've ever seen. Hunter Schaffer, of course, being a former twink and a trans woman. So you know, not very surprising that I always go to the French. I always go back to the twin god, unfortunately, even when I think that I like a woman. Yeah. Hash VR. Hash Studios LLC. Hmm. Is this guy? This guy? Fox and Main? Ah, yeah, French dude. No, right? Hmm. Yeah, he does look like a fanboy. Wait a minute. Um. Yeah, but it's all VR, so we don't see his face, of course. It's all VR. We can only see his avatars. Twitter? Well, yeah, it's mostly his avatars, it doesn't show his real face. But yeah, I see what I see. Bon, I see the potential. It's mostly his avatars. Bon, yeah. Or maybe you're into his personality, Fox. Maybe you don't care how he looks like in real life, or maybe his profile photo with the VR headset is enough. Or do you actually see his face and how he behaves in real life? Yeah, he's like he's doing a lot of VR chat stuff. Yeah, 20K followers. Yeah, he's a big figure, I guess, right? At some point, I knew the well. I never got when I was doing lots of VR chat. I was mostly aware of the world creators, not of the uh, avatar creators, because I was more interested in world creating and not in avatar creation. But yeah, they all the VR chat people, they all have a booth. A booth, you know, web page, and like it's in Japanese. It's in Japanese yen. It's so specific, right? But they all have it. I guess there's a lot of Japanese people who buy avatars. I've heard I've heard on Twitter actually that it seems that on in Japan on the dating apps and even with like regular people don't actually post their face that much, and usually they post the photos of like the anime they watch. You know, maybe their VR chat avatar if they have, or you know, like anime pictures, and they match on that and not on their face or on what they look, which is interesting, I think. You know, but I think you are all too tired. I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna release you. Did my soul finished? Yes, my soul finished. Ah, good. I have a Rust backend server now, it seems. I'll have to test it. Very cool. Allez, I wish you all a good night. And I will now leave. Whew. And see you later. See you later, everyone. Bye 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 bye. Everyone is asleep. Everyone is asleep. Oh, voilà. Yannick, Yannick, you went asleep. You were asleep, right? You, what's going on? I say that no, I say that no, everybody is probably sleeping now, and so I will leave because there's nothing more to say, and everyone is asleep because it's too late. That's what I said. Wait a minute. Talking about rather, yeah, you don't have any more because now it's 2 a.m. but I'm not tired, so I could continue, but it's too late, you know. Why can't we talk about gay stuff until 5 a.m? We can. Let's go. We can actually. I'm not tired, so we can. You didn't think I would say yes? Now you are my. Now you are the prisoner of this stream, Yannick. Sorry. Can I give you a hot take? Yes. Give me a hot take. I'm now in a state of curiosity around hot takes about gays and stuff. So yes, take, or maybe about anything else. Tell me. Because you know, like in the past few years, I always put the dating and everything associated on the side to concentrate on what I wanted to do in my life, you know? But now I'm getting back to it. So I'm curious about all the stuff about the gays and all, you know? Okay, there is a Soviet composer I really like, and I think he was at least a 9 out of 10 when he was young. Okay, tell me, we're gonna check Dmitri Shostakovich. So it means that now I will be able to see what is your exact taste. Because you know, like for example, Hunter Schaffer for me is pretty close to what I consider a 10 out of 10, you know, in terms of cuteness. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. We will, the conversation will continue. Let me just check Dmitri Shostakovich. First, he made great music. Okay, Jung. A 9 out of 10. Really? Why do people put images of Harry Potter next to him? Wow. This is a 9 out of 10 for you. That's so interesting. So Young, I said Young, huh? So this is him, Young? Is this the 9 out of 10 for you? What is 9 out of 10 here? Is it the lips? The hair? Like, what is the most attractive to you? Or just the entire package, maybe? The glasses, the eyes, the where, you know? Because I would qualify him as a, yeah, as a candidate twink, you know? But I guess without his glasses he would be cuter. But it's because he has a big myopia also. Yeah. I don't know, I like the glasses, and he's well dressed. Well dressed. Huh. Rare picture of young Dimitri. Interesting. Interesting, because to me that's not okay. I mean, you see, and why do people put Harry Potter next to him? I don't know. The glasses, I guess. And he's the same type of guy. That's interesting. I mean, one thing that's that I find attractive in men, it's fine lips. I do find, small lips very, very attractive. So yeah, I think, yeah. And yeah, his nose is not his nose is cute too. Yeah, it's just that, he I guess he doesn't have you know um sometimes people are objectively beautiful, but they are not aligned, with your type of people, like maybe your genetic cluster that you like more or something, you know and I feel like this is what I feel with him. Like, he's not ugly. He's he has a pretty nose, pretty lips, but he's, yeah. But I guess without the glasses, it would be easier to see. But yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's actually. I mean, yeah. It would be a cute twink, huh? But yeah, interesting. And I have an even hotter take. Okay, give me your hottest take. Ah, voila. With colors, it's a bit better, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, I see. Hmm. There's a German politician back in the day. I wouldn't say he's my type. Like, he has very strong daddy vibes. Ah, voila. You see, Yannick. Hmm. Voila. There's Trotsky here. August Bebel. I wouldn't say he's my type. Like, wait, so what do you mean here? Do you mean he's not your type? Uh, do you think he's your type apart from being a daddy, or do you think he's not your type because he's a daddy? Like, what? Ah, he looks very attractive, but he's too much of a daddy for me. Ah, okay, interesting. Ah, yeah, okay. So you do not like the daddies, huh? Interesting. Gay. Gay. What is this hand position? The fuck? What? What is he trying to do? This is my boob. You see? This is my boob. It's right here. Yeah. So what do you like about him? What do you like about him? So do you not like the beard and stuff? I don't know. You are just naturally attractive. Interesting. What about August Bebel Young? Well, he has an even bigger beard. So I would have liked to check his beardless look, but he doesn't have a beardless. But funnily enough, he looks more twinky when he's old than when he's young, right? Look at his big ass beard. He looks like Rasputin, you know? And then it looks like you know, he's way more, you know, he's way more yeah, he's way more cute when he's old. Actually, it's funny. I like Daviva, he gives up, but I wouldn't want to date someone who is built like him. Built how? What do you mean built? Built. Built can mean many things. Do you mean built like the face structure, the body? Is he tall, short? The shoulders? Like what do you mean? I like the vibe, but it's too much. Okay. Okay, interesting. But so what bothers you is his age or the fact that he looks more daddy? Because I guess an older man would always look more daddy, right? But do you think that he could look less daddy while still being this age? Oh yeah, the age. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. Yeah. So you would like this? Yeah. So if his younger self didn't exist with the beard, you could imagine dating him, but a younger version, right? A younger, refined version of that, of this, of of this look, right? Less daddy because younger. Well, maybe if I was his age, wait. Okay, interesting. Yeah, 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 interesting. I mean, yeah, I've never imagined dating an older guy ever, or even yeah, fantasized, or even like imagined or say, oh, I could die. No, the one thing I remember is that there is a singer in France called Dave. So I'm not attracted. I was never attracted to him, this guy in France, and he's gay. And I remember when I was like 16, 17, 18, one random night, I saw a documentary about his life, and at some point they went into his house, and it turns out that the guy, so he's gay and has a very twinky husband that, so when, now he's very old, but back then he was like 70 or something, or maybe 65, and his husband was like 50 or 55, or maybe 60, I don't know, like an old twink. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, no, I was older than that because I was already gay when I saw that. So yeah, maybe I was like 20 something, yeah. But whatever. Basically, I thought to myself, oh, I would like to have that when I'm old. I want to have like a younger twink, but still old, like not like when I'm 60, I don't want to date a 20-year old or the 30-year-old. I want to date a 50-year-old. When I'm 60, I want to date a 50 or 55-year-old, but still twink, still 50 up, still with the form factor of a twink. you know? and that's what he had. And I was like, oh, that's so great. It means it's possible. So nice. He gave me hope. Voilà. Voilà, that's all. That's the only, yeah, that's the closest thing I had, I guess, to this. Yeah, yeah, no, most of the other guys that I fantasized about or that I thought about were guys that played in series when they were younger, and I got the photo of them at this age, and they were like my age or something. And then I discovered like there's this one guy from, I think, the series Skins. Voila, this blonde guy here. I was like, damn, he's cute. What is the name? Maxi. Voila. When I saw this, I was like, whoa, la, 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 what the fuck? When I saw this, so it's a very old picture. When I saw this, I was like, whoa, la, 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 cutest thing ever. 19-year-old me saying, oh, that's crazy. How cute he is. And it turns out that now this guy, so first of all, the real act, so he plays a gay guy in this series, but the real actor is actually a straight guy. And the real actor is actually straight, and he turned extremely masculine like 5 years after the series. And I remember thinking, oh my god, like I liked his character and the look of his character in the series, and then like 5 years later he became like a very masculine, like guy, brown, not blonde, brown hair, because it's his natural hair that are brown. And I was like, oh, I hate him now. I remember thinking, and that's when I started to understand, oh yeah, I don't like masculine guys. God damn it. What is the name of the actor? Oh, Mitch Hoover. Oh, voilà. It's still this old ass. It's old ass picture, but actually now he looks like, voilà, he looks like this. Well, he's not ugly, huh? But it's not. This is not even the most recent. I remember his Instagram or whatever. Mitch Hoover recent. Voilà, like cute, but he's a straight guy. Look, he has a child now. Voilà. And I was like, oh yeah, he's just a straight guy now. Well, here they always post the cutest photo of him. But I remember on his Instagram, he posted like very like masculine in like with a cowboy hat or whatever, and I was like, oh, sad. So yeah. There's a German celebrity called Harald Gluckler. I need your opinion on him. Okay. Let me check. Oh, wow. Well, he's totally my type. Guess what? He's totally my type. I love him. I want to marry him right now. Voilà. You know, he's just my type, actually. Yeah. Look at those lips. So thin, so refined, so classy, you know? He's just my type. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. The beard is a tattoo? No way. No fucking way. What? What do you mean the beard is a tattoo? Never needs to shave. Oh, fuck. Mais he does need to shave because the hair are still growing on top of the tattoo. Or did he remove the hair grow capability? What? 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 Oh my god, dude. Oh, wow. I think he removed them with laser. Ah, yeah, people can do that. That's right. Oh, god damn. Oh. Whoa. Ah, ouais. So he removed his hair, his beard. He removed all the the follicles or whatever. The stems. Of his beard, and then he tattooed a beard. Oh, wow. Damn. I'm wondering, because bon, he's a gay guy. There's also women that do this to their face, right? I'm wondering what's happening inside their head. Also, similar to the extremely kinky guys that I talked about. You know, what's going on there? He's 60. 61. Okay. What's going on? What's going on? See, the Wikipedia is also an entrepreneur. Yes, I see. I mean, you know, good for him. Who became famous mainly for his rhinestone studded. What does that mean? Rhinestone studded. An item decorated with rhinestone, sparkling imitation gemstone made from glass, crystal, or acrylic. Ah. And glittering creations. His trademark is a crown motif which often supplemented by a pompous lettering. Wow. Interesting. The world is full of very interesting people. You know? Does he have like a husband or something? A partner or something? Yeah, I guess. Oh. Wow. How would you rate the Dubiskut Ginuk guy? The black guy? Dubisgut Ginug guy. Well, he's a bit, He's a bit he's a bit you know, say it. He could eat more vegetables maybe and do some sport. You know? It would be good for his health. I'm sure. Voilà. He's not gay, right? He's like straight. So, you know, already. But yeah, better. Hunting for twins on Google image. We also have a very famous German rapper named Baron Koch. Wow. Baron Koch. Is he gay? Oh yeah, he's fucking gay. He's gay as fuck. Look at him. Oh yeah, he didn't choose the cock. Huh? Oh, voilà. Voilà, voilà, bravo, bravo. Bravo. Well, look, well, at least he's Twinkie, you know? Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah, he's good. I mean, body looks good. Face, well, the fact that he's clearly gay, effeminate is a plus to me. It's never a minus. It's always a plus. Bon, like this, bon, no, huh? Not good. Mm, but he seems he seems to be one of the sassy ones, the extremely sassy ones that bring a lot of problems and mental instability usually in the relationship, so bon, he has a F F life tattoo. Wow. Yeah. You see, he has a handbag. Usually that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. The handbag like this. Usually, yeah. Oh wow. I see. Yeah. Okay. Damn. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, so bon, on the cuteness scale, he's not that bad, right? It's just that, yeah, I guess on the well, even though he has this, he does has this like hood attitude that I don't like, like, because it's kind of a masculine attitude, but he mixes that with the gay stuff. Okay. But he does seem to be very, very, very sassy. And usually the very, very sassy gays are just annoying to deal with, to manage, to interact with. And they have lots of mental instability. They're very emotional. So, very emotional means, yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. It brings you lots of problems. I don't know. Yeah. He also does music. Yeah, I mean, he's a music gay rapper, right? He's a gay rapper, they say, right? Yeah, I know. But I mean, you know, I mostly like the guys that I care about. I mostly do not care that much about what they do in their life. You know, I don't care that much about the professional. I mean, I care a little bit just for the interests and the relatability. But I don't care, for example, if a guy is rich, if a guy, you know, is famous. I couldn't care less. And I guess if the guy is famous and or rich, maybe that's a bad thing for me, because it's, at least I know it will be annoying to deal with or something. His songs are also about coke. Nice. I can imagine. Really? Damn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I appreciate in a guy is mostly actually the personality, but the looks, but everyone likes the looks. But like in terms of apart from the looks, the personality is mostly that. Well, if we're sexually compatible, of course, but it comes with everything else usually. But yeah, like personality, the guy is nice. Having interest in common. But to be fair, even if we don't have that much interest in common, the personality is actually the most important. You know? Yeah, and yeah, like the socio-professional thing. I don't care. At least it's not that I don't care. It's that it's not an attractiveness factor. It doesn't add to the attractiveness. I'm not attracted more by a guy because he's rich. I might be attracted slightly less probably. Yeah. And especially if he's very, if he shows off or if he, yeah, because wealth means he can, because I don't want him to take care of me. I want me to take care of him. So yeah, I don't like the dynamic where my bottom is richer than me or something. It's weird. Yeah. But the personality is tied to their profession, etc., right? Uh Yeah, yes, but it also brings some dynamic inside the couple that might not fit well with what I expect and also what they expect too, from the couple that I want to have with a partner. Or or it needs to be like carefully isolated, hidden away, and we don't talk about money and we don't talk about all the crazy stuff or the fame or the I don't know. Maybe it can be managed this way. But it will have to be managed. And some people don't like to do this. And so yeah. Like if my partner expects me to like admire them for their profession. I mean, yeah, I don't want to be put into a state of let's admire my partner. No, dude. I want to impress my partner with my stuff, with the way I do things, but I want them to be impressed. But yeah, like the reverse would be annoying to deal with for a dynamic from a dynamic standpoint, But again, if there's a lot of attraction, maybe we will have to manage that specifically, It will have to be dealt with, to be negotiated. It will have to, it's not natural, yeah. And yeah, and the profession, I mean, the profession is just interesting for talking, right? For talking, for interest in common, right? That would be interesting this way. But I would never, like, for example, I would never be attracted to a guy because, oh, I heard he's a lawyer, or oh, I heard he's a doctor. I don't give a shit. You can be a supermarket, like a cashier or a multi-billionaire banker. Same attraction to me. I don't care, really. I really don't. I really don't. I really don't care. As long as you are nice and cute, and and that you treat me well, and I can treat you well, and that's enough. Like I don't I really don't want or care. I mean, it's not that I don't want. It's of care because of course, when you talk about what you can do in life, more money is never bad, But it's just that it's never always just about the money. It's also about a dynamic, power play, power roles, It's about dominance, it's about submissiveness, it's about everything that that is like this. So yeah, it's complex to manage. So yeah, it's and and in my life I want to become rich to impress my partner. It's not like a value that I don't like, it's not like, oh, I don't like money. No, I like money, but I want to be the one to make the money, the most money, to impress my partner, so that my partner can admire me and can tell themselves, oh wow, he's a great guy, you know and that's why I'm doing the startup too, to accomplish something in my life, to to try to do things. But I also try to be happy at the same time, so that's why I spent the last few years working on my code and stuff without fully going full, but even though I also needed to amass some technical knowledge for this further goal that was doing something more ambitious. But yeah, the ideal couple for me, of course, ideal things don't exist, but the ideal couple is just me making a lot of money. Because I make a lot of money, I can take care of my guy, and my guy can have his profession, can have a work, he can work, of course, he can have a life, his life, whatever. But ideally, I think it would be better for the couple dynamic that the professional, money related power and professional admiration or whatever goes from him to me rather than from me to him. And it's not even going to work this way, I can appreciate his profession and I will enjoy everything that I learn through him and his profession, but I'm never going to be, put in a PD. I'm never going to put him in a pedestal. I want to be on a pedestal in a way, and I want to show him that I can, take care of him, because that's what I want. I want to give protection. I want to give, care. And I want him to receive the protection and the care, That's the ideal pattern that I want in my couple long term, I think, You can do 50-50 cash. That's right. Yeah, but even 50-50 cash, there's still a dynamic between 50-50 cash. Ideally speaking, but it depends what we're talking about. If we talk about paying the restaurant, it is different from buying a house, right? So, well, it depends. It will depend. But ideally speaking, yeah. Ideally speaking, I would like to be the one paying the most and giving the most. This is a very traditional, expression, but I do want to be the breadwinner, in my couple, in a way. Yeah, and I think I would be the most, how do you say that? Accomplished, épanoui. Fulfilled, yeah. I would be the most fulfilled in my relationship if I can be, the breadwinner, the giver, the ones who gives care rather than receive care. I don't want to receive care. I, I don't want a daddy. I think it's pretty obvious by now, but yeah. And even the 50-50 to me is a suboptimal equilibrium, Depending on the situation, maybe I will have to do 50-50 with someone. I don't know yet. But ideally speaking, I don't want to do 50-50. I want to do, 70-30 or 100% if I can. That would be better. Sage. Why sage? It's not sage, it's just how I would it, no? And like I think this way because I know that most of my partners think the exact reverse, or at least something close to the reverse. Like me and my partners usually are complementary on this stuff. You don't want a daddy. It's tragic. Yes, I want to be the daddy. I am the daddy. I will be the daddy. That's the vibe. I don't want to daddy. I want to be the daddy. That's the ideal. In a philosophical way, of course, not in a actually, because when people, so sometimes I talk to my sister, I think, or whatever, and I say, oh yeah, I'm getting older, I'm getting like close to a daddy or whatever, and she had in mind the sugar daddy, like the cliche sugar daddy, and I was like, no, I didn't mean in this way. I didn't mean like a real sugar daddy that only, buys Louis Vuitton bags for his partner just to have sex. No, that's not what I mean. I mean something more all encompassing. Yeah. You don't want to be a sugar daddy? Damn, what kind of daddy you want to be? Yeah. Okay. So you also got this. No, I mean it's just that to me the term sugar daddy is different from a daddy. You know? sugar daddy to me means it's more it's not a relationship, it's just sex for Louis Vuitton bags or something, or gifts. To me, that's what a sugar daddy in principle means. But when I say I'm becoming a daddy, I say I'm becoming, a more an older masculine man, that can attract more, cute gay twins. Because the gay twins usually love the daddies, usually, or they like, guys that, you know, irradiate some masculinity. And usually these guys end up being daddies, I guess. Well, sometimes people include like being fat with being a daddy, but I'm not sure. I don't care. I don't want to be fat, but But do I want to become an old, like a mature masculine man? Yeah, I hope I will. I hope. I think, given my dad, I think I have a good trajectory towards the daddy vibe. Like not just old, but also being, you know, masculine. Yeah, I get it. Someday you'll be a bear with a beer belly. Don't worry. That's right. I sometimes unironically think about this, and I'm like, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it would not be that bad. Sometimes I tell myself, why not? Why not become fat? You know? The wine belly. Yes. Yes. Why not? Why not become fat? Hmm? Why not drink some wine at every meal, and then I'll go, go fat. And then I'll become a bear, and all the cute wings will still go to me. Maybe I will seduce even more maybe there will be even I will have even more success, than now. Hmm. But sometimes I myself, maybe we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna stop the sport, the workouts. I'm gonna stop the workouts. I'm gonna start to drink. you know? And then nobody will think I'm a twink anymore. That's what happened. So I'm not that old. I'm not that much of a daddy yet, I guess. Because at the Fête de la Musique, the music day in France, I went, and for the first time actually, because I was like, hey, it's been a long like I've never actually went to dance. So I went at night to dance on there's like DJs that put their uh stands there. Yeah, it's like DJs with big, how do you call that, subwoofers, or the speakers, the big speakers. And it's in the streets of Paris, and every street has like one DJ. So of course I went to the gay the gay part of Paris, and they had lots of gay bars and clubs that put the DJs out in the streets. And I wanted to see, what would happen. But I actually encountered a guy that I matched on Tinder. So that was a funny encounter. And But I also just roamed to see if I could, I don't know, but just for the music, and also to see, if I would meet someone. Especially since, like, I remember when I was 21 or 22, I met a guy at the gay pride by just looking. I remember I met two guys actually like this the same day. That's crazy. Maybe I was just very lucky back then. But yeah, And so and at some point I just stopped in front of a DJ stand with a crowd, and I started dancing just to enjoy, right? And there was like two older, taller, slightly fatter, slightly fat. I mean, slightly. One was a bit fat. He was fat. That came to me, and hey, do you want a beer? Do you want? And I was like, no, no, I'm good. But, they started talking, so I started talking with them. And then, I mean, I understood quickly that, yeah, okay, they think I'm a twink or whatever, and I want to, and because they're older, or maybe I was just, I don't know, cute, attractive, I don't know. But they were like, as far as you can make them from my type. So, and it happened just once this way. No, because the guy started to, and like funnily enough, I thought to myself, I'm 30 now. I'm too old, to get like all the bears that want a cute twink. I'm too old now. But no, it happened. It happened, and then I understood that they wanted to get my number or something, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm just going to, enjoy the show, and I left, and they were like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, uh, sorry, very nice to chat with you, but no, I'm not interested. Sorry. Especially like the one with, yeah, he was with the guy with who was like very masculine, big muscles, and there was one who was like a bit, fluffy, both taller than me. One fluffy and one more muscular and more with a beard. Oh, like, oh, goodbye. And then, so I still have this fear, and that's why. So now that I'm older, I'm thinking about maybe I should go to the gay clubs and to the because now I'm old enough. I think, I hope I'm old enough that now, like, older men will not come to me, because I don't like older men. And in gay clubs, like when I was 22, I remember in most gay clubs, most of the guys are older than 22. And so I was like, am I really going to go to a place where I'm not attracted to 90% of the people potentially just because of the age? No. That's why I never went to gay clubs and gay nightclubs and stuff like that, because I'm like, I'm like, nothing will happen. And I will probably just get annoyed by, I mean, yeah, I would just get poked and by random people, and I will never say yes because I know I won't like those people. But now that I'm older, I'm like, okay, maybe now I can go to the clubs, and maybe now I can start to get some younger guys to maybe be, or at least now my range of potential guys I can like has broadened, right? So now at least I would like being poked by guys from 20 to 30 years old. Because when I'm 22, I only want to be poked by a guy from 18 to 22. And I feel like there's mostly guys that are older than that. But bon, I saw at this night that I'm still probably going to be poked by bears that wants to twink, I guess. Because I'm not that bulky. and I don't want to be, you know? It's too much work. I'm like toned a bit. I have some muscles, but I'm not uber, so I can still be. That's annoying to say, but I could still theoretically be classified as a twink, I guess, by some people. You know, but even though I did like when at the end of the night, I did. There was this Brazilian guy that poked me. Well, he was very fat too. So, but he was smaller than me, and he seemed to be around my age, maybe a bit younger. So you know, maybe it's not all. Maybe I can now get to nightclubs and actually meet people that I could vibe with. You know, maybe. But the annoying thing is that I don't know anyone. I would just go alone if I go. You know, I would probably just go alone because I have no like friends that do gay. The regular gays, they have plenty of girlfriends. You know, they are friends with lots of girls and stuff, and oh, yeah. I don't have this. I'm just a lone nerd, you know. So I'm probably just going to go alone just to enjoy the music because actually it's pretty cool when you listen to the music and you dance to the music. Especially since I've been dancing hip hop dance for 4 years before when I was younger, when I was in Guadeloupe. So I know how to dance. So I like to dance actually. So maybe I should just go to the nightclubs, the gay nightclubs maybe, to dance, and maybe I will meet people. Well, now it's too late. Huh? Yannick, are you falling asleep? Are you falling asleep, Yannick? What do you think about Friedrich Schiller? Looks wise. No. Ah, okay. Friedrich Schiller. Looks wise. Oh. Painting looks cute. Yeah. Painting looks cute. Yeah, he looks cute. Yeah. But the chin is a bit weird, I guess. It's okay. Yeah. Well, Schiller would smash, I think. Yeah. Look at this. Look at these beautiful eyes. Would smash, I think. Yeah. Bit like Harland, right? No, no. His nose is way prettier than Harland. I don't know. His face, eyes are prettier. Harland is not very cute to me. Yeah, he's a bit rough, you know. No, look at this. I think this is a pretty face. If this is how he looked, pretty face, pretty face. And the nose, I don't care actually that much about the nose. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Frederick Schiller would smash, I think. Would smash, if he was like, yeah, my age or a bit lower. And we were both living in 77. Smash. Ah, from the hair. Huh? The hair. Harland? Oh yeah, like he's blonde. Yeah, okay, he's blonde like Harland. But apart from the blondness, Haaland looks way different. Yeah, he's a bit blonde. What other guy? Ah, no, it was a guy on Tinder. You know, there is like a series called Versailles that I watched for some reason, and there is a guy in Versailles that is the gay partner of the brother of the king, so Monsieur Chevalier de Lorraine. That's Versailles. That's the series they did. And there is an uber gay character in this series. But first of all, the brother of Louis XIV, this guy is gay as fuck. But the most gay character is le Chevalier de Lorraine, which is this guy's boyfriend. Voilà. Voilà. Here is the guy, you know? And I think he's like, and you know, in Paris, there are a type of gay guys that look like this. And I actually just matched with one a few days ago. I remember. Uber gay. Uber gay. Yes. Super, super duper gay. You know? It's like, do you know the black whale? It's super duper advanced. It's the same. You know? And there's a lot of these gay guys in Paris today. I don't know how to tell, but I kind of like this. I never actually dated a guy like this, you know. But that would be interesting because I'm wondering how sassy they are, because they look a bit sassy, but they don't. They're not. They also look a bit refined. You know, there is a type of gay with long hair. Do you know the long hair gays? Do you have lots? Do you have some long hair gays in Germany a lot? Or no? Or are they pretty rare? I mean, they're pretty rare, but there is like a type of gay that develop long hair. Kinda, yeah. And every time I see one on the dating apps or whatever, they always make me think about this guy. Very gay, a bit sassy, but at the same time a bit very classy, very refined, you know, and well mannered, you know. And I kind of like this vibe, but yeah. Why am I talking about this? The hair, yeah. So, voilà, you know, and I would be, you know, into this guy, this type of guy, I guess. Theoretically, that's one of the types that, yeah. And I guess he makes me think about this type of guy. He would be one of those, you know. Yeah. You know, funnily enough, there's another one, and that's always funny. You know, another, and that was, I think I'm into this type of guy because it was my first boyfriend. Do you know Saint Laurent? Yeah, like Saint Laurent. Do you know Saint Laurent? Look, the look of Saint Laurent. You know this look, this type of guy. Voilà. This. Voilà. You know, my first boyfriend ever that I really dated, and we were together for some time. Not that long, but it was very intense because he brought me to all his parties or whatever. I think it lasted only 2 months, but it felt like 6 or a year. And now, you know, I'm still like kind of. So in a way, you see, it's similar to the guy that you told me about, right? That we looked at with the round glasses, right? It's just that, yeah. So I'm also into these. It, how can we classify those gays? Those are the, like, usually they are brown hair, very brown hair, or almost black hair, very twinky. They have glasses, and they like to wear black all the time. You know, and they're interested in fashion. And my first guy was interested in fashion, and I think he actually went into a fashion school, luxury fashion school, whatever. You know, like it's another archetype that that I find regularly on the dating apps in Paris, in the gay Parisians, that is interesting. And that, some of those I could be into. If again the correct personality or whatever. Because the annoying thing with all the fashion guys is that usually they're into fashion because they're very sassy. They're very, they're also very attracted to luxury, money, whatever. So since I'm not rich yet, I'm not very attracted to them also, maybe. You know? They like to wear like fashion clothes and stuff. So yeah, you know. Did you watch the movie Dr. Zhivago? No. Dr. Zhivago? No. What is this? Dr. Zhivago? Wait, but she makes me think about another actress. Wait, is this the real one? Oh, it's also an older movie. Two characters I like, yeah. Which ones? Do you mean physically? Like looks? Since we're talking about the looks. Do you like looks? Which one? Which one? Which? And from which movie? Because there's like 5 different adaptations, it seems. Ah, this one. Isn't this the guy that you're talking about now? One from 2002. Which character? This guy? Which one? And wait, yes. Yes, it's this guy. Yeah, I mean, you see, to me, his jaw is a bit too square for my taste, He's a bit too much of a Chad for my taste. So yeah, but I see what you mean. Yeah, jaw is way too square for my taste. But even though here he doesn't, yeah, no, he still has the jaw. Still has the jaw. Start fighting the people in this movie. Mm-hmm. He was rich. And he looked rich. Rich. Rich character. This guy? Looked rich. No. Well, wait, no, it's the same. Ah. Attends. Characters. David Lean. Lara Antipova, Omar Sharif, Julie Christie, Knightley, Maria Ziegler, Sam Neill. Any of those? Him. Ah, yes. Yes. It was there. It was on the research, actually. Where is it? Yes. This guy. This guy. With the book, with the, how do you call how do you call that in English? The fuck. Goatee. The goatee. You like a goatee, Yannick? Yeah, this guy. So is he not too daddy for you? Though it's not about his beard. It's about his mustache. Yes, kind of. Yeah, I see. So you would have liked a younger version of him. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's like the other one, right? The Yeah, so I see your type a bit now. You know, now that I have the Auguste Nana and this one, I think I'm starting to feel. Yeah. Yeah, I see. No, I know, I like the daddy variant. Ah, you like this daddy variant. So you are you do have some daddy variant preferences. But but I don't know if I wanted to be in a relationship with a daddy like him. I can just admire. Wow, that's such a great. Can I screenshot that? It's such a great sentence to say. I can just admire. I can just admire a real daddy when I see one. Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay, it's in the bucket. I don't know if I wanted to be in a relationship with a daddy like him. You can say this sentence with so much emphasis, you know? I don't know if I wanted to be in a relationship with a daddy like him. I can just admire a real daddy when I see one. Wow. Damn. Damn. There's just too much respect. Oh, wow. Interesting. Interesting, yeah. But I actually, it's funny because I saw I don't know where I heard that, but I heard somewhere that like younger women, and I guess it applies also to the younger gays, usually, even though they like older guys, like a guy that is too old, even though they are not like not attracted to them, but they feel like it doesn't belong, like it's not for them yet, like it's not, they're, it needs to come after, later in life or something. And I think this is very interesting. It's very funny. This is very funny to me because I've never imagined being with an older guy. Uh, like it doesn't cross my mind. So yeah, this is exactly what I mean. Ah, voila! It's so interesting, so interesting, so interesting. Yeah. So it is. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah. Very so interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. So it is a thing. It is real. Because the guy that I heard it from, I don't think he said it like in a real, but it stick with me. I'm like, is it like this, like, so young, women, men, even though they appreciate masculinity, and therefore if they appreciate masculinity and older guy, like the sky is the limit, right? Because you can always get, I mean, when you're young, there's a huge range of older people, but actually no, there's still some, yeah, still needs to be fairly close. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing for me in the reverse, right? Like, now that I'm older, I do think that, well, I'm not going to date someone too young, and as I will age, I will be more comfortable, dating guys that are, just a little bit um, younger than me. Not even though both, women and gay guys that I'm attracted to, they usually peak, at their early 20s or whatever. But I know that when I'm 50 or when I'm 60, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be like attracted to being in a couple with a 20 something guy. I will, when I'm 50 or 60, I want to be with a guy that is 40-year-old, 50-year-old, still younger, but yeah, not too young. So yeah, same. So it's funny, yeah. So it happens in both ways. It's funny. Even though though I just happened to date a guy at the bottom of my range. Bon, it happens sometimes. It happens. Okay. Now I'm tired. All right, 3 a.m. Now I'm tired. So I think I will now wish you. I think you're the only one here, right? There's Nat too. I don't know, maybe because he's one of the moderators. I don't know if he's actually in the chat. No, probably not. Nat? Yeah, no, it's because I on the users I see the mods, but I think it's automatic. He's not in the chat of. Yeah. Yeah. Spying on your Gary. Yeah, probably. That's right. Are you spying on my Gary, Nat? Nat. Are you here? If you are here, tap 2 times on the table. My God. No, he's not here. Yeah, so I will go EP2, go to Bedge, and yeah, Bedge. Voila! Time to go to bed. Good night. It was a cool stream. Very nice talking about everything. We talked about programming and gay stuff, but you know, that happens sometimes. It's very cool. It's very cool, It's very cool to talk about all of this. And it all started from Yaoi. Yeah, true. Damn. What an origin. What a journey. What a journey. Amazing. But yeah, I will leave now. See you. Good night. Good weekend. And all that. Bye. Oh, wait. Just in case. Okay? Don't worry.